ahead and get started. It's great we got a full house today. Everybody's here. Appreciate that. This will be our last meeting for the year, so for the interim. So please, as we go through this, be thinking about our discussion today, so that we can get our recommendations to our staff for them to put together. So we are going to start off this morning with student data collection, the pilot program from ks.gov, and Kathy Grossenbacher, right? Yeah. Welcome.
Yep. Good morning, Chair Hoffman and members of the committee. As Representative Hoffman said, I am Kathy Grossenbacher. I serve as the IT Director for the Kansas Department of Education. I think you have the PowerPoint from last month, and you can see that it is jam-packed with a lot of information. So I would like to preface this presentation by saying it's a pretty high-level overview of what types of data the agency collects, the purpose of those collections, federal reporting requirements, how we currently collect data, data governance, and then where we are headed. So you can advance 2 slides. Okay. So I'm going to start off with what data that we collect as an agency. And we collect data that does not pertain to students. So I want to touch on that briefly. We collect directory information. So that would be very specific information about our buildings and districts, what their school calendar looks like. Do they have a 4-day school week, 5-day school week? How many days are they in session? And then there's a lot of administrative contact information that they must put in there. Things like superintendent, building principals, foster care coordinator, IT director. I mean, the gamut of who, if I have an issue with this or I need to talk to someone in your district, this is who I call. So that's what's in our directory. We also, as you know, collect educator data for the purpose of licensing educators. We also collect courses that are taught by our educators each school year. So we know the specific courses they teach, what grade levels they're teaching, and how many of those courses there are. And then that's compared to what they're licensed to teach, and they get a licensed personnel report from that. And their data is also used to roster students to them with our partners at the University of Kansas for the purpose of taking interim assessments. So those assessments they can take from the beginning of the school year through when they take the state general assessment, so teachers can see where they're at in mastering those standards. Then, of course, fiscal information. So operating budgets, expenditures, total expenditures, operating expenditures. We calculate per pupil expenditures off of that. There are federal and state reporting requirements that are also attached to all of the non-student data that we collect. So let's go to the next slide and talk about student data collection. There's what we call core data that we collect about every single student or on every single student. So demographics, those things like name, date of birth, gender, race, ethnicity. We also collect student addresses. We need to know how many miles they are from the school for transportation weighting in the school finance formula. Are they a Kansas resident? Or are they non-Kansas resident? Do they live in Kansas City, Missouri, but come across and go to Kansas City, Kansas School District? Enrollment and attendance data that we collect for everyone. An example of that would be how many days a student in a given school year is enrolled. And of those days, how many did they attend? So that would be used to calculate attendance rates and chronic absenteeism. How many minutes are they enrolled? How many FTE do they constitute? All, again, goes back to the school funding formula. Program participation. refers to data points. They're primarily yes and no in our collection on the core data. Did the student qualify for the National School Lunch Program? Are they a virtual student? Are they a special education student? Are they on an individualized plan of study? Are they receiving services for English language? Are they English language learners participating in career tech ed? Are they concurrently enrolled? Are they a Title I? All of those things that are programs that we administer, we need to know if that student is a part of that program. So again, we can fund schools. And the last bucket is course outcomes. We know when a student in high school completes a course, we know if they've earned some credits in high school, we know if they earned an industry recognized certification, and we require that for all students. So from there, we collect additional data that is not required for all students because not all students fit into these buckets. But if they do, we capture it. You can see our program areas. I mean, our early childhood area, an example of that would be how many days a child was in an early childhood program. What was the start date? What was the exit date in a given school year? Special education, they want to know what services this kiddo received. We collect discipline data. The federal government requires us to report discipline data for special education students. State of Kansas statute requires that we collect discipline information specific to weapons for every student in Kansas and report that at the aggregate level. Let's see, migrant. Is the student eligible? Is there a certificate of eligibility? Are they receiving services? And then, of course, state assessment data. We get back those performance categories. We know if a student needed accommodations to take that assessment. And then when we talk about career tech ed, we're referring to pathway participants. Are they just merely taking a career tech ed course? Are they a concentrator? They've earned enough credits in that pathway to be considered a concentrator, or did they complete every course in that pathway? And they are a completer of that. All right, so that, like I said, that is a very high level. I think I also last month had provided just a quick fact sheet that kind of shows all of the different categories and areas of data that we collect, if you have that. So let's talk about the purpose of student data collection. And, you know, beyond funding, the answer is really twofold. The first is we use individual student data and aggregate data. The individual student data is used for state funding, formula calculations, for administering state assessments, providing individual student level reports back to district staff in a secure, authenticated environment so that they can assess how their kiddos are doing, monitor that, and make improvement to programs. The aggregate data is used for school and district performance calculations and for publications, and to support our board goals. An example of that would be the post-secondary success calculation. So there is a tremendous amount of work that we perform to get data into the agency, to disseminate it, to report it out for compliance purposes. And, you know, I don't like talking about compliance. I don't think anyone likes talking about compliance because it's just this thing we have to do that's required by law. And so we're going to talk about how we want to get away from that in a few slides. So examples of that would be the building report card for federal government. You know, what is in our Every Student Succeeds Act plan that was approved by the U.S. Department of Ed? Those things we have to put on our website. The accountability report, the foster care report, those are mandated in state statute. And then we have some state board initiatives, the post-secondary success calculations, star recognition awards. And I think last, what I want to point out, because I have a slide about it next, is the aggregate data for federal reporting. and it's called EdFacts. That's who we report all of our data to. I do want to point out it is aggregate data. We do not provide individual student data to the federal government ever. Okay. So what is EdFacts? EdFacts is a U.S. Department of Ed, centralized data collection, state agencies. I think every state agency in the nation except one, and that's Alaska, submit these reports to the U.S. Department of Ed. Alaska requires its school districts to do that. They don't do it for them. There are over 83 files that the feds require, and they have to be compiled, and we have to use specific file specifications and requirements as they have defined, primarily around the student demographics, program participation, and performance. They take that data, they say they analyze it, it informs policy development, planning, and management. In the slide, the Department of Ed file specifications are linked, so you can get to that web page. They are extensive, it's a lot of work. As an agency, we have one set of file specifications, and those are linked in that fourth bullet. I bring this up because, you know, we get asked, and I've heard many times, you collect too much data. KSDE collects a lot of data. Yes, we do. Yeah, that's absolutely the truth. We report a lot of data, okay? We collect it in a way that we work very diligently to reduce the reporting burden that's put on our school districts. I mean, they give us a lot of data, but if they had to turn around and not give it to us and format 83 files instead of a handful in a year, folks, I worked in a school district, I managed their data. They would have had to hire another person or two if I had to do 83 files. Okay, so we do that for them. I don't even know what that would look like. What we do isn't simple, it's complex. All the different pieces that the federal government requires of us. We sit down with all of our program areas. We sit down with our attorneys in the agency and see how they're interpreting the law. And as an IT staff, we then have to determine what data elements will satisfy that requirement. And do we already collect it for another collection? So we're not replicating or duplicating efforts. And then we write the technical requirements that go into the file specifications that we publish, because we want to collect the minimum amount of information that we need to collect to fulfill compliance. So go ahead, turn. So how do we collect data? So I'll take you back to 2006. I was not at the agency at that time, but through a federal grant, the agency was awarded and developed its first longitudinal data system. And it's known as, I know you've heard of it, the Kansas Individual Data on Students Collection, or KIDS Collection. In 2006, it was cutting edge. We were one of the first states in the nation to put in a longitudinal data system for student data collection. We have specific record types that we collect throughout a school year, specific windows for that collection, what it is that we need to satisfy a requirement. An example of that would be the enrollment window. So that September 20th count that we talk about for the purpose of school funding. Districts have from September 21st through October 15th to gather all that data and send us up what that information looked like for September 20th. So when I say different, we have one set of file specs, but we collect different files for different reasons. But within these windows, districts have to log into their student information system, and they have to download CSV file, Excel file. They download the file, they make sure it's formatted to match our file specs, and they upload it. And I want to add here, we work with student information system vendors every year to ensure they know what it is, if there's any changes coming, what it is we require, because they are the ones that change that in the student information systems as far as the requirements and what that looks like. Districts aren't. So we work with them. They make those changes for our school districts. So back to the file, they download the file, they log into our authenticated system, they upload the file, they get error reports back, and it's just this back and forth clunky process that worked in 2006, but isn't much fun now. And until they have their errors fixed, we don't take the file and store the data. And this process of managing the data and being able to aggregate relies on a unique ID management system and process. So that would be our state student identifier. 10-digit number, there's a matching algorithm behind it that looks at specific core pieces of data and says, this kiddo is not in our system already. Here's the ID for that kid. Or if the student moves from one district to another, the new district claims the kiddo, it'll say, hey, 100% match here, or take a look at this, 80%. Anyway, ID follows the kid so that we can do longitudinal reporting. In many agencies and programs that are administered, the Social Security number is used. I know you all are well aware of that. We do not. We have never, are not, and will never collect Social Security numbers for our kiddos. There's no reason. No reason for it for us. Let's see. The current, we have challenges. The current data collection process definitely has challenges. 2006, as I said, it was phenomenal technology. In 2024, not so much. We live in this data-driven society, and the process we currently have in place is for compliance. After the fact, we provide zero value back to education stakeholders. That bothers me. My predecessor in this role defined, and I thought it was really weird the first time I heard it, and then after I thought about it a while, he's right. Our data collections are post-mortem. So we collect and report the data long after it can be meaningful in a school district. It's how the system was designed. You can look at, I'll talk about chronic absenteeism a couple of times because it's something everyone knows about. We collect that data at the end of a school year. We report that data when the commissioner gives his annual report to the board, and that was last month. We roll it out on the report card. It goes on the accountability report in January. So many times folks don't know what their chronic absenteeism rate is, or they don't know and realize that they may have made an error in submitting that data to us. Because I can't tell you how many times I've received a phone call from a superintendent or a data clerk or a building principal. Kyle can attest to this also. Where did you get that? That's not what my rate is. That's not accurate. Where did you get those numbers? Well, it's what you sent us. Can I change it? No, sorry, can't. We've rolled everything over. It's how the system works. I can't go back in the database and change it. That would require manual changes. We've already reported to the feds. Not good. So that leads me to data accuracy in our system. Because of the lag in data collections, because there's not a good place for them, for districts to go see exactly what they've sent to us, how it affects calculations. A lot of time data discrepancies are not discovered for quite some time. It's also a challenge because there's a very high rate of turnover in districts. And what they don't know what they don't know when they come in at the beginning of a school year and they're collecting data and they have to turn around and report it to us. So I want to go back again. What we're doing doesn't provide value back. There's a need for actionable data, and our current process lacks the ability to provide useful information in a timely manner. And I'll go into a little more detail in a few slides on that. So I'll try to talk quick through this. Where we're headed in Kansas. So if I roll back to 2017, the Teachers College at Columbia University, specifically the Center for Benefit Cost Studies of Education, reached out and asked us through a grant that they had awarded if there was a project we would like to do. And so we said yes. The 2-year project had an end goal of determining if student data collection modernization in Kansas would be supported by our school districts. And if it is, what model would they support? Because if they're not on board and it doesn't work for them, it's never going to work for us. So we needed to know, we needed to hear from them. And then the cost benefit study the Teachers College did applied a cost to the current system of collecting data. Very detailed survey was put together. And then based upon the model that was, actually we had 6 models, and they put a cost analysis to each one. And at the end, it showed us the conclusions as far as what districts supported is that they wanted to be able to choose their own student information system. Please don't stand up a state student information system, is what we heard loud and clear. Don't go out for RFP and stand up a power school and make us all use it. Okay. My predecessor talked about that a lot. Number 2, do it in whatever you do, modernize it in a way that you're able to collect the data directly from the SIS and store it in a centralized data store. So they wanted something automated. They didn't want us to tell them what to do. And they want to be part of the process. There is also a significant cost savings to the direction that we chose to go. And I do have a white paper if anyone's interested in reading that study and the white paper and the billions of dollars that it saves school districts going this route. I'm happy to share that. I know several states have used our study to take to their legislature to fund the work that we're doing right now. You can go to the next slide. So at the end of that study, summer of 2019, Institute of Education Sciences, through the Department of Ed, U.S. Department of Ed, published a state longitudinal data system grant opportunity. And so we chose to apply because the primary purpose of this grant was to modernize data collection systems in a secure, efficient, interoperable manner. So we submitted that application in September of 19. And we received notification the day before everyone was sent home from schools in March of 2020. So we were delayed a little while in getting started because we had other things on our plate to try to deal with. Within the grant application, just a high level, the grant deliverables would automate the data collection process, streamline it, kind of a continuous transactional exchange with validations that's occurring between our department and our school districts, which then should, in theory, improve data quality, reduce that reporting burden for our school districts, and allow for us to provide actionable data back to districts. What do I mean by actionable data? So talk about chronic absenteeism. So let's imagine a world where a superintendent or a building principal are informed throughout the school year at any point in time that they choose to look of its chronic absenteeism rate. Right now, today, what is it? Oh my gosh, it's 14%. Who are those kids? I can see who they are. That changes the game. I mean, that changes the way that our districts are able to intervene and maybe improve student outcomes now and not later. I think about our foster care population, our special education students, those really vulnerable at-risk populations we have. Imagine that world where when a foster care student is moved from one district to another, at the point of entry, who the building principal or superintendent can see the programs that student qualified for in the district they left. So the student has an IEP, is receiving special education student services, They were homeless earlier this year. What happens when they can see that information then and not 8 weeks from them when the records actually arrive? That means those kiddos are getting the services they need at the point in time they need them. There's a continuation, not a disruption. So with those improvements, not just our agency, but our school districts, I would say education stakeholders as a whole in Kansas have a very strategic opportunity to leverage the benefits of this new system and the data exchange capabilities so that we can tailor what needs to go back to our school districts and give them data that's meaningful. That moves us from being compliance oriented to being service oriented. We have to do compliance no matter what. Okay, we're going to do it every day of the week, every year, because we have to. We have this data. Why can't we do something useful with it? That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to show you just an example. We talked to a lot of our counterparts. I would say we've probably talked to 25 to 30 different states who have already done the work that we're doing right now. It's already been done it successfully. One of those states is Michigan, and I had the opportunity to talk to them at a conference, and they were talking about this student snack pack. They have a student backpack, a student snack pack. If y'all have any great ideas for what we need to call ours, I'm open to it because IT folks aren't very creative with naming things. So anyway, the Michigan folks said, what are those critical pieces of data that someone needs to know when a kiddo enters a school district? And they defined those. So as you can see, and this is their information, this is what they sent me. Those are the pieces of data that they said, this is what someone needs to know when a kiddo comes into their district. So that's timely data. It provides that small set of critical data for students who have newly transferred into a district, and it's targeted so that educational staff know what that kiddo needs. Always based off the most recent records that the state has collected. So the next slide shows you what the school district gets back. This is actually an example from Skyward, which is a student information system. So it loads in and it tells them a true and a false. How many days was that kiddo enrolled there? How many days did they attend? Do they qualify for? Are they English learner eligible? All of those things. They know that when the kiddo comes in. We are going to do this. We're in the process of talking to all of our program areas, and we do talk to our school districts. What are those critical pieces of data you need? Okay, because I've heard a lot of different things said about where we're headed. There are a couple of points I want to make before I go on and talk about a few other things. This project does not violate data privacy law at the federal or state level. Does not. And number two speaks to that. I've heard, oh, well, you're just going to be able to go grab everything. It's none of your business if my kid went to, the school nurse to get a Tylenol. Yeah, it's not. You're right. It's none of my business. I don't want it. We'll only collect the data. We're going to continue to collect the data we are required to collect for compliance. Beyond that, we're not collecting anything. There will also be, as the data comes into us, validations in place that ensures the data that we are collecting and using are data that districts have reviewed, they've had the opportunity to correct it, and they've signed off on it and said, for the purpose of enrollment, let's think about that, enrollment data for school funding. They're going to say, yes, this is accurate, use this. When we talk about a snack pack, the prior slides going back and forth, that's not data I'm going to store and use for anything. That's for them. That's that value back, right? What student information system a district uses is their decision. We hear that a lot. Well, when are you going to make us use a state student information system? We're not. We will begin piloting with some school districts who have volunteered to be early adopters. It'll be later this school year. And then we'll use a phased approach through the summer and next school year to roll other folks in. Our goal is to run as many as possible at the same time as the enrollment collection next year so that we can run them parallel, so we can do that validation process to make sure what we're getting and how it's being stored is accurate. I do want to say that our list of districts who volunteered to be early adopters, it grew very large very quickly. Our federal grant officer, the vendor that we are using, who've done this work in many other states, said they'd never experienced that. And I thought that that really spoke to where we are in Kansas, and that school districts are ready for something else. We capped at 30. They said they had problems getting 3 in other states when this work was done. And everyone else is ready to go as well. So 30 is a very large number to work with when we think about working with them later this year. The other thing I want to say about the early adopters, the largest school district in Kansas is an early adopter. Wichita is on. They will roll this out. It's important to them. They are very fortunate, and we are very fortunate that their IT director, Rob Dixon, came to them from, I'm going to get this wrong, it's either Omaha or Lincoln in Nebraska, came from that school district when the Nebraska Department of Education rolled this out 8-9 years ago. So he was in a school district that was an early adopter that helped them work through all those bumps in the road. And there were a lot of bumps in the road early on. He's seen the benefits of it on the other side of that. And he is a very big champion of this project. So we're excited about that. Oh, I'm going to talk about data policy and practices, just really high level. We all know transparency is very important when you're collecting and using data, especially student data. We publish all of our student data collection dictionaries every single year. So there are changes from one year to the next because of federal and state mandates or changes in things we need to collect. We publish that annually, but we also provide it to the legislature before May 15th of every school year. So we do that. We have security policies in place to ensure our infrastructure, technical architecture, it's secure. I can say let's leave that off. In my seat, that's my number one priority. My number one priority is safeguarding student data. The security controls we have in place are all the ITech security policies. We are compliant with every single one, and then some. We're also compliant with federal and state student data privacy law. And if Scott Gordon, he was going to join me in case you had questions, specific questions about student data privacy law and how we operate with that, but he had another obligation today. So if you do have questions, I will probably refer those to him because I am not the subject matter expert and probably shouldn't. I know enough that I think I know the answer, but I shouldn't be the one speaking to that from the agency. We also have data governance policies in place. We began our data governance program shortly after the 2006 awardal of that grant in 2008. We have a data governance board. It is facilitated by a data compliance officer in our agency. The board is made up of program areas that collect and use student data. We have a data steward work group who are those data stewards of that data that is collected so that they can help define that. It's a very formal structure for decision making, authority. What are those roles and responsibilities around data collection and data governance, ensuring compliance with security, ensuring ethical standards for data use. And I want to tell you, we are considered a leader in data governance among our peers in the nation. We do this really, really well. We were one of 2 states to record a video that's out on the U.S. Department of Ed's website this last summer, contributed to a brief for other state education agencies to look at. We've had a lot of other state education agencies come in and say, we want to model what you're doing. Presented at a conference in August on it. And last week I was in Phoenix with U.S. Department of Ed and a couple of other states, along with Scott Gordon, our legal counsel, and our project manager for the SLDS, aimed at coming up with strategies for strengthening data governance strategies. So it's something that we are quite proud of. Beyond that, we provide data quality and data submission training for our school districts at no cost. It's a data quality certification program. This has been around for a long time as well. When I came to the agency in 2014, that's what I came to do, was to be a part of that. It's another area that we are nationally recognized for, and other states are modeling. We require IT security and data privacy, that student data privacy piece. We require training for every KSDE employee within 2 days of employment. If it's not completed in 2 days, within 2 days, your access to everything is revoked until it is. We take that very, very seriously. The same goes for annual training. Every employee is required to complete training on an annual basis. We do require that they pass it with a 90% or higher score on the questions. If they don't, they retake it, and they retake it until they pass it. And that too has a deadline. I've only had to revoke someone's access once, and then people are like, yeah, we better get this done because she's serious when she says that. We believe it is very vital in our security efforts to keep our environment safe, training our staff. We have also, I'm sure you all remember the LPA audit on school districts, I'm going to say 2021 maybe. We developed within our learning management software, Moodle, we developed a data security, IT security, and privacy training that is available to every single school district in Kansas at no cost. They just need to send us a spreadsheet with their staff that they want to take it and the staff's contact information, email, because we take that. They don't even have to register. We load them into our system, and then they can log in, take the training. Whoever is overseeing that in a school district has a user role that can log in and see who's completed it, where they're at, did they do well, and then the completers receive a certificate of completion by email. We believe it's vital that district staff are provided quality training on an annual basis to help mitigate that data security and privacy risk. So there are some links on this slide to our lot more information about our student data collection system, about training. So I've talked about a lot of this. I think we can walk through the milestones and timeline pretty quickly. Other than I do want to say we did put together an advisory group after we were awarded the grant in 2020. That was made up of superintendents, building principals, technology coordinators, data stewards, and school districts to help us write the RFP that we were going to put out on the street. Because again, if it doesn't work for them, it doesn't work for us. What are those things that you need? What do you need back from the system? We also collaborated with a lot of other state education agencies and federal partners. And I think the most eye-opening thing from that is we asked them, what do you know now that you didn't know then? You know, when you were where we were, what would you change about how you went about this? What were those problem areas? Where were your challenges? What would you do differently? Every single state we talked to with the what would you do differently said, don't go out for RFP. Put an RFI out, collect that information, then you know what's out there. I was like, all right, we can do that. So I went back to the districts and I said, are y'all okay with this? Yeah. So we did that. We ended up putting the RFI out, collected that information, reviewed all of it. We really didn't change much in our RFP based upon that information. And then we worked through the awardal process. So we are the bulk of this grant is planning. The technical work to get it done is really the company that's done it has done it so many times that it's not this big heavy lift that it was 8 years ago. The heavy lift is on our end of inventorying all the different data systems where we collect data. I'll talk about data standards in a moment, but the data standards that we are using, we have to take what we're collecting, what we've collected since 2006, and say, how can we fit this into this data standard? And if it doesn't fit, how can we write an extension in a way that it makes sense? So we're having to do that twofold. We have to do that for EdFi data standards, and we have to then go from EdFi data standards to common education data standards. So what that ends up getting us as a state is one true source of data instead of a whole bunch of disparate databases that you hope someone grabs the right one that's just truth, grabs the right one when they go to grab something and report something. We've just continued to add on and add on and add on as reporting requirements increased, as states were modernizing throughout the years. We've added, a pathway application to collect that information. We've added a course code application. We've added an educator, what they're teaching, authenticated application. It's ridiculous. Okay. That's the only way. And it's really unacceptable in this day and age. We should have one true source of data that gives us all of that information. Districts shouldn't have to sit and input data all the time and duplicate efforts in a lot of areas. What you're reporting over here is very similar to what we're asking you to report over here. Shame on us. Let's not do that. So we're going through and trying to figure that out. What's that look like? That is a huge piece of what we're doing right now. And of course, that rolls into the requirements gathering and the detailed project plan, onboarding, risk management, mapping. You all know what a project looks like. Defining those data validation business rules for all of these pieces that have been mapped, and then when they come in, is it right? Does it meet the requirements? What do districts get back from us? What's that look like? So I want to talk about EdFi data standards because that's the data model that student information systems will build in their systems to feed to us so we can collect the data. For data reporting, because the feds are moving in this direction, we will then transform that from the EdFi data standard to the common education data standard. It's a lot of just really in the weeds work. But EdFi is a nonprofit organization, and it's fully funded by the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. They want to boost student achievement. They want to be able to bring all of these disparate systems together so that there's a picture of who a kiddo is instead of information being in many different places. They've been around for quite some time. And originally they were, this initiative was for school districts, not state education agencies. And it got to a place where the school districts who were participating said, hey, they need to be doing this in other states. So that's how it got to states. It's flexible, it's scalable. Every state doesn't need the same things. We have different reporting requirements, state reporting requirements between us. Luckily, we all have to abide by the same federal reporting requirements. So there's core pieces that we collect that we all have to report to the federal government. That's where the core data standards come from. And then common education data standards, that's been around a long time also. That was through a US Department of Ed initiative, and it is the same. It's a common vocabulary, understanding of education data, being able to define it in a way that it means the same thing across all education sectors. But it's not mandated. So if you're not doing it, you're not doing it. But we think we need to do it. About every state does utilize common education data standards. And I think I said it earlier, 32 states have implemented EdFi. Real quick, I just wanted to show you, this is a little snippet of what we collect, kids collection, file specs. We tell folks what the build is, how it has to be formatted, what collection types it's relevant for, and then there's comments. So we have to take all of those that we've done since 2006 and determine where they fit in the EdFi data standards. So the next slide shows a mapping document that we're working on. This came directly from our mapping document. So the EdFi entity is the upper level entity where the individual pieces of data that we collect fall under. Common Education Data Standards does something similar. The EdFi data element name is in the third column, so we have to change anywhere we have accountability school identifier, now has to say educational organization ID in every system, in every table since 2006. That's massive. There are core pieces. The core are those items that are predefined by EdFi. When it says extension, it means there's not in that fourth column. EdFi hasn't defined that because every state does something a little different. So we have to define that and then determine that. Then from there, we map the EdFi to common education data standards. So you have to take that and look at their element, their domain, their entity, what they're calling it, what the path is. It's a lot more complex when it comes to figuring out where that data goes. So that's the bulk of the work that we have been doing for quite some time. And then the other is data validation rules. So for every data element that we collect, there have to be rules around it so it meets the specs, so that districts hopefully can't send us something that isn't right. So for school entry date, it can't be after that 9/20 if it's for enrollment or funding purposes. And we tell them that, and we do get those records. So going through and defining all of that, and then what that, not just with the database, error message is, or then how we've numbered it, whatever convention that we're using, but what message will the district get back, that person entering that data. So that's where we are. Where we're headed is, of course, in an ODS to store the data, districts say, yes, you may. Figuring out those APIs, how to define from the mappings those pieces of data that come in to us, integrating kids data, integrating historical data, student information systems. We have to work with all of them because all of these changes have to be made in their systems. So they have to rename everything. And luckily, they've all done it in 32 other states. So it's not a huge heavy lift. And we will have a sandbox for them to test the changes they're making as they're making them. I think what's really important to point out there is districts don't change. They don't have to do this work. They need to understand what that data element means so they input the correct information about that kiddo in their student information system, but they're already doing that based on our file specs. And we'll have a crosswalk. They'll be able to see what it was before and what it's called now. They're not having to do the work of this. It's being done by others. We will begin working, we'll do the unit testing. You can go on to the next. just a lot of information. Training plans, rolling those out. We'll have regional trainings. We'll have into our data quality certification. That all will have to be revamped. End user documentation, support, all of those things. So all of that's coming. And a lot of those are deliverables working with us from our vendor, and then we'll take what they've done and make sure it makes sense for us. In the 24-25 school year, our goal is to get everyone through training. It will be a process. It's going to be bumpy. It's not going to be fun. There are going to be complaints because it's going to be hard to go from manual file uploads to a continuous exchange. I mean, think about when I was in a district, if somebody walked in with 5 kiddos at 10 minutes before class started, I'm putting in whatever just to get them out the door into class. So they're at class. You know, I'm not entering the correct date of birth. I'm waiting for mom to give that to me. What happens when I don't go back? I get busy and I don't go back and change that and make it accurate. The system will tell them that this doesn't look right. So knowledge transfer plan from the vendor. Just sign off all of those good things that are coming. So the additional information I provided was website information for EdFi Alliance, Common Education Data Standards, and then there's a couple of like one-pager PDFs that I think are just really good broad introduction to both, and I've included the links for them, and then provided a handout that I think you all have. If you don't, let me know and we can send that back over. And then I do want to go back and say, if you would like to read the white paper, happy to send that over. If you would like to see our data governance policies, happy to send that, our handbook, happy to send that over. We are in the process of updating our IT security policies to add AI and some other things that we're addressing right now. We are going to roll out multi-factor authentication for even getting on your device shortly to all staff. So we're updating that, but I'll send over what we have right now if you'd like to see that. That's what I have. So if you have comments or questions.
All right, thank you very much. A lot of information there.
Yes.
Any questions by anybody? Representative Haskins.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious, having been with KSDE, one of the part of my job was to validate data for Perkins accountability and performance, and it was quite intensive. Actually, it was my least favorite aspect of the job because you had to receive an application for every district's pathway, business, finance, marketing, and there could be 200 to 300 of each. Will this include your plan? Will that eliminate that process? Has it changed since 2015? Just curious about.
I don't know that the process has changed since 2015. I think we have developed some reports for the consultants that help provide them more information as far as the CPPSAs that districts submit for the pathways, and they go in, they have to put the articulation agreement, all the courses that they want to align to that pathway. That has not changed at all. Our goal over time is whatever we can do from a student information system that we collect in another application, not kids collection. Can we pull that in and decrease that reporting burden? I think that answer is yes, right? That's where we want to get, because I agree. We have a lot of very cumbersome processes, not just for district staff, but for KSD staff as well.
Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. A whole lot of good stuff in there. Just kind of 3 different areas of questions. I'll be brief. Obviously, everybody's sensitive about, handling data, and then you have obviously cyber incidents, security issues, whatever. Is there some sort of plan in place where, say, the information you have collected from the districts, if somehow that would be breached, you have some plan in place to communicate exposure back to the districts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's part of our mitigation plan and part of our continuity of operations plan. That's one of the scenarios in our COOP plan.
Okay, beautiful. And a second question on your milestone timeline. I know this will be painful for some districts. Do they have the ability to raise a yellow card and say, hey, this isn't going to happen for us? And do they have input they have the ability to push back the go live date if there's going to be a major disruption?
Well, first, we hope that we get everyone on in the timeline, right? Yeah, I mean, I can't tell a district no if they can't. We still have to receive their data.
Okay, so I guess the issue would be is that I assume there's some workaround process in place where if a district is materially not ready to go, there's a fallback procedure for an interim until they're up and going, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then the thing I really liked about your presentation, you talked about you proactively issued an RFI before you went to the street for an RFI. Can you just kind of elaborate on what extent, if any, that helped, I guess, get buy-in from your stakeholders to the extent they felt they got additional buy-in by having that RFI out there where they got to work with you to craft that solution?
Sure. They actually worked with us we were in the middle of drafting an RFP. And we brought folks together, asked them what were their areas of interest. You know, was it career tech ed? Is it child nutrition and wellness? And we had work groups from the larger group where they sat down and said, what are those things that aren't working for us? What is working well for us? You know, pie in the sky world, what would we like to have? And they defined a whole lot of things. And while that was going on, we were also meeting with other states who said, don't do that. Do an RFI first. So when I went back to the districts and said that, they all agreed because we were all feeling this, and myself included. I mean, there's a little bit of anxiety in putting out an RFP that's going to upend how you collect things. And if you don't get it right the first time, that would be a very horrible thing, right? So when we worked with the other states and I went back to districts, they were like, yes, 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 that would be so helpful. So they helped us finish the RFI. We published it. They were part of that review process. And really we determined that we did a pretty dang good job of defining the RFP based upon that. We also gathered RFPs from 7 or 8 other states when they went out for the same work and made sure that there wasn't something in there that we were forgetting. But I think for our districts, they really appreciated the opportunity to work with us and to provide that input, and especially for those areas of their job that are really important. They also had the opportunity, if they wanted to sign a non-disclosure agreement and look at the RFPs and provide feedback. So we have included them every step of the process. And, you know, we get questions, folks worried about not being able to do something, or my answer is always the same to them, regardless of who's worrying about what. Yes, we have a project timeline, right? It would be fantastic to stay within it. The reality is we probably aren't going to, right? That's how projects run. But it is so much more important to develop and put out a system that works for our districts. We collect compliance data no matter what. If it doesn't work, I tell them, if this doesn't work for you, it won't work for us. So let's get it right. You know, let's not do it quick and just throw something out there. Let's get it right. So they're with us every step of the way. And we don't do anything or make many decisions about this system without district input.
So thank you for doing the RFI, because my perception in both private and non-private sector work, you need an RFI to really help you and your stakeholders just understand the requirements definition. And if you just myopically throw out an RFQ out there, an RFP, without having had that thorough discussion with your stakeholders as far as what are we really trying to do here. I mean, you talked about it sounds like you had some sort of a project plan in place. high level at least before you even had results back from the RFI, right?
Well, we had to, when I submitted the grant.
No, understood.
Yeah,
I guess
when I
that's-
submitted the grant proposal, there had to
Right.
be a high level project plan with it.
Right. So I guess
Mhm.
that's my point is that if you don't do that stuff, the RFI, you're already shoehorning your stakeholders, potentially into a road to disaster.
Yes.
So anyway, thanks for doing the RFI.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
So I'm a little confused on the if the districts start having to change their systems, how are they going to be able to integrate if you want to make it more automated? Because you say right now it's more manual. If they're not changing their systems, aren't they going to have to probably change their systems to extent in order to automate to your system?
The student information system vendors are doing that work, but there will be ongoing support and end user training. And the vendors do it for other states and districts, but they are doing that work from the district standpoint. They will be consumers of the product.
They're vendors.
Yes. So if Power School is in my district, Power School is doing that work. Synergy, Skyward, Infinite Campus. I mean, all of them are.
In order to integrate into your
Mhm.
vendor system.
Yep.
Okay. And I guess the other question is going back to the absentee rate. I guess I'm not totally sure why. I would think that they would have a vendor system that they would be able to look up their own school within their school and know what that vendor rate is. Okay, that's what I thought.
There,
I've had the same, I've had the
I
same issue with. I put out some numbers one time in a newsletter, and I had a superintendent, email me back and say, "Where did you get those?" I
Mhm.
said, "Well, they came from KSD that
Right.
you sent."
Mhm.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that also goes back to the high level of turnover in school districts. I mean, even our superintendents, we've turned over a very high rate of superintendents from one district to another in the last 3 years. And if they're moving from one student information system to another, and there's not that knowledge transfer that occurs to know how to utilize the student information system in a way that's beneficial, they don't know. Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Watts. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said the state of Kansas requires these reports. Is it by statute or is it by regulation?
It's in statute.
Okay. Is there any way you could reference those for us so we can actually go back and look? That would be really helpful. And if I may, I had one more in particular. With this data management system, how long do you keep those records? I mean, do you keep Chair Hoffman's records from when he was in elementary school? That type of things. No, I know. But I mean, how long, is there a point where you destroy that information? You never do. It just lasts in forever.
Yep.
Once that information's in there.
Yep, we have data going back to 2006. When you start talking about evaluating programs, evaluating what works in education from preschool, early childhood programs through graduating from high school, post-secondary, if you don't have the longitudinal data for a cohort from early childhood through, you can't do things like that. That's why we keep it, to be able to look at those things and see trends over time. So yeah, we don't destroy it.
If I may. So are these students identified by name or by a number?
Both. We have to collect the name and other core or unique data elements about a student in order to assign a unique ID that stays with that kiddo throughout their experience in K-12 in Kansas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
why do you have to if the school districts? I mean, the data, what you're looking for, your data doesn't have to be student specific. So why do you have to when the student or when the districts? I understand the district needing to, but why does KSDE need to?
For the student data management piece, for ensuring that the student ID that's assigned to a kiddo to their name is in fact that kiddo. We have a lot of students in Kansas that have very similar names. There are a lot of Michael Smiths, but they maybe have a different middle initial, different date of birth. Those names are there as part of that matching process to be able then to bring back state assessment scores to assign to that state ID. Now, when we send information like to the University of Kansas for the purpose, we don't send our state student ID. We send a de-identified ID. When we have done a pilot of, matching for workforce data, we didn't send the ID. So there are times that we mask some of that information if we don't deem that it's pertinent. And then the other thing I want to say is we don't share individual student data if it's not for the purpose of state assessments or another agency in the state of Kansas that we are working on a project with. It just doesn't go anywhere.
Too much in the weeds because I think this is another issue besides the technology part of it. But I still don't understand if you're just collecting it for purposes of reports, things like that. I'm not sure why, if the school district has sent those reports over bulk, why you have to have the individual student. But that's another discussion.
Because they don't send us reports.
Well,
they send us individual student data and we generate the reports from that.
For them?
Yes.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious. You sparked a thought when with the representative's questions. Why? I'm concerned over the data, the security of the data, the longevity of the data. Why are you? I don't get why you're saying that the data is inaccurate. Okay, some of the data is inaccurate. But then we're basing such an emphasis on the data. Don't you think security and accuracy would be a priority instead of expanding what you're trying? Your goals.
It absolutely is a priority.
I know, but you're not making it a priority because you're going on to the next steps, and so I'm a little concerned there. The senator that asked about the legislation, I'm very anxious. That is a great point. A lot of time the agencies and departments just, oh, this is a good idea. I think we'll do it. And they don't necessarily have authority to do it. So that'll be interesting to see where we come back with that. But yeah, I just hope you guys make security and I hope you protect that data.
Oh, yes. When I say it's my number one priority in the seat, it's my number one priority. And I'm lucky enough to work for an education agency where the leadership prioritizes it in the budget. And we are able to do the things that we need to do. We're not changing, we're only changing the way we collect data, the mechanism for collecting it. But the security is number one.
You mentioned that you have a problem with accuracy. So what are you doing to improve the accuracy of the data?
To improve the accuracy of the data, data will be validated and checked against business rules as that transactional piece is happening. We may not be storing it, but districts are going to know very early on if something isn't right. In that transactional piece, we will provide authenticated data dashboards back to school districts down the road where they can log in and they can see, my attendance rate is this right now. Who are those kids? Who are the kids that are chronically absent? I mean, we've played with it in Power BI just to see, and it was phenomenal. I mean, we looked at chronic absenteeism, and we started, at the state level, and then went into districts, and then we were able to break that down to the buildings, and the visual would show you which buildings were the ones that were contributing to. Okay, in that building, is it a grade level? Oh, yeah, it's 11th grade. Who is it? Males. Districts will be able to do that. So I think that's what they need. That they need that put back in their hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This gets back to the AI and the anticipation and people just thinking that they know better than the student. But I guess my concern would be who decides. Are we going to get to a point where our students are taking tests and much like Europe? I mean, my cousins were in that system. And if you didn't score a certain level, then you couldn't study engineering or be a doctor. And I'm afraid we have students that, maybe they fell behind in a grade or two, but they still have the capacity to do those careers. So I just don't want us to be headed that path. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
It's not a question, but just a request. I don't know if the committee would appreciate this, but I would like to read the white paper that she referred to.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I forgot. I was going to say something about that, but yes, if you could send that to James and he can get it out to everybody. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Yes, Senator Holland.
Just a couple comments. I assume that the State Department of Education has been collecting individual student names from time immemorial, pretty much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Would it be appropriate to say that you guys have been actually getting activity transactions from the school districts, however they were reported manually, by paper, or whatever, current status, that identifies individual students' names for quite a number of years?
By paper?
Well, just regardless of how you're getting it, the point is that you've been getting information on a student level with a student name identified.
Long before I was.
Long. Yep. Right. So I guess my point is that, we need to be concerned, I think, in any state system, okay, as far as collecting citizens' names, wherever they are, of having that concern across the entire IT portfolio. I guess I'm less concerned about this particular thing because they've been doing it since time immemorial, and I sure they had practices to maintain that as their abilities. The other point though, that was raised about the AI, and this to me is just not about education. To me, this is about any citizen that has data recorded with them on any government system, is that I want to be sure that the state of Kansas, its governmental entity, offshoots, whatever, that we are never, as a state entity on down, using AI to make decisions regarding who's in or who's out.
Yeah.
And this has nothing to do anymore with education, anything else. I mean, you talk about social service programs, just whatever is people in need, awarding economic development incentives, whatever it is, my fear with AI just in general is that I want to be sure the state doesn't go down that path of relying on that on who's in or out. And I had a conflict, so I was not at the last maybe meeting or so in the fall, but we were talking about that AI paper position, wherever. I don't know how much that got into that, but that is a huge concern of mine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I think that human interaction is something we need to maintain. And I just to your point on the names, I think that the issue, I understand it's been done for years. We collect a lot of names for a lot of people through the state. I just think that as we continue to centralize more, and those are now more and more easily accessible by other people because of the way our computer systems are being looked at. So the least amount of information we have to put into a system, the better. And that was just simply what I was talking about. Representative Curtis.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to add on to that too, just the retention of those records is of concern, because I think that they're retaining a lot of records with personal information that does not need to be retained. This is kind of outside of KSDE, but just an example, when you go to visit a school, oftentimes in the Kansas City area, they take a copy of your driver's license and other information just to allow you in the school. And I asked how long that is retained, and it's indefinite. And there's no reason for them to retain my personal information. It just gives creates another vulnerability for me and for any other individual. So I think we do need to be concerned about how much information is being retained that does not need to be retained.
Yeah, I think it's just growing pains, So, yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, and
Thank you.
I'm sure we will be having you again as this progresses, so we can have more information as it progresses. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, committee. Next, we are going to have the executive IT update, executive branch IT update, and Jeff, Jeff. Jeff's going to come up and so he's going to give a presentation, and then Alex is going to give a presentation. I'll just preference that we're still in a kind of a fluid trial and error as far as with this risk management. They have made some changes that they're wanting to implement that I think that we're gonna see some data and try to, especially as Alex kind of goes through his, try to figure out, okay, are we where we want to be as far as what we're seeing? Is there some changes that we want to make? And so hopefully we can eventually get to this right where this risk management is working, where we're seeing the projects we want to see. And so with that, I'll open it up to.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Maxon. I'm the executive branch CITO. And so today I'm here to present the first 3-year IT plan of my tenure. So I'm excited to present this. Unfortunately, we had some issues with the printer and did not get enough copies in time. So we'll work with James to make sure everybody gets a physical copy of this. This was published as per statute, as required, within the appropriate time frame. So I believe we actually published it early. We published this back in October. So again, this is a continued evolution of how we're collecting these reports and these plans from agencies and how we're presenting them as a strategic roadmap and a 3-year continuous plan of where agencies are moving. So I'll give a breakdown of this, and I'll stand for questions. And this, as the chair mentioned, we'll hand it off to Alex to talk about the quarterly report and as well as the project program. So. All right, so one of the big things we want to focus on, and again, this is something that my predecessor, Secretary Burns-Wallace, implemented, is when we do this plan, we also want to talk about the success stories that we've accomplished over the past couple of years. And so 22 and 23 were no shortage of success. We've got a lot of things going on, a lot of things agencies are doing. And so I just want to highlight a couple of them. This previous year, Department of Administration introduced LinkedIn Learning as a training platform for executive branch employees. And this encompasses a training portfolio that is personal or professional training, personal development as well. And it spans, business stuff all the way to IT stuff. And so this has been made available to all executive branch employees, and they have the opportunity to do a professional development on at will, essentially. So there's no limitations on how much they can take. So again, this is a valuable tool for staff development across the board. The Department of Corrections also facilitated Zoom court hearings, and this has been allowed them to, save, reduce costs, be able to keep the staff in the facilities, and so they don't have to transport them back and forth between courts for hearings and things like that. So they've enabled the capability to do court hearings remotely through Zoom for the residents. This year also, Department of Labor fully implemented a project management office following a formal project structure with their team. So again, this is something we're seeing across executive branch, especially with the cabinet agencies, to more develop a formal project management office within that are actually assisting in prioritizing projects within the agencies and assigning resources appropriately. Also this year, the Board of Nursing received a Regulatory Achievement Award from their National Council, again, for their excellence in what they do in terms of their license issuing, how they're managing that, and their participation with the National Board as well. University of Kansas transitioned their LMS from, I believe they're on Blackboard, they transitioned to Canvas. That's a very big undertaking to manage or migrate their entire learning management system from one platform to another. And so they're able to pull that off and move forward with that. K-State implemented multi-factor authentication for their students. Again, this is a security tool to make sure that they're protecting not just their systems, but protecting the students as well and securing their emails and things like that. We do see an uptick from the cyber side of students being targeted and exploited for their information, things like that, credit card theft, etc. This year, OITS implemented the generative AI policy that applies to executive branch. And so, Senator Holland, I do want to, we did put in that policy and mandated that generative AI is not to make any decisions. It has to be a human that makes those decisions. So that is in state policy as we speak. So we made sure we covered that. And you'll hear more about it from NASCO this afternoon as well. And then also statewide, we've held 2 public sector cybersecurity summits for both 22 and 23, and we'll be holding the next one in 24. So those were both big events, got a lot of participation, so we're excited. So as mentioned, we just do like to kind of champion some of the good work that is happening in the state and make it public as well. All right, a few years ago, we set out to set kind of a strategic framework for the state, and we're kind of using that to guide this effort and collecting information from the 3-year IT plan. We set some strategic goals of operational excellence, IT risk management, technology modernization, IT service driven. These are really our primary goals of how we're looking to drive IT progress in the future. And then last year, what we set out is as we start to standardize this and use some tools in the back end, we wanted to give agencies the opportunity to start creating some objectives of what these projects are trying to achieve that align with these goals. And so as agencies submit these projects or these work streams that they're working on, they can choose from these objectives that specific project is trying to accomplish. And we use that to kind of help pivot and kind of see where agencies are trying to go, whether it's functioning or working through technology modernization, application modernization, things like that. So we can kind of start seeing a picture of where agencies are focusing their efforts. So I won't necessarily read those, they're in the slides. But again, this is another way we can help kind of identify where things are moving through. So, and as we've done the past couple of years, we're using kind of these Gantt charts to kind of show where these projects line up, what estimated timelines are, and again, outlining, agency, what service that project may be aligning to, so what business unit, et cetera, what the actual initiative is, what objectives, going back to that previous slide, that those are working to accomplish, and then our metrics and our dependencies we see with this project. So again, it's just another field that we kind of look at and try and gauge across the executive branch of what agencies might see as roadblocks to some of these projects. So again, this is just an example of a page from OITS's 3-year IT plan. Just to use an example again, but we have built this into a dashboard that we use that we can pivot on stuff, so we can look at agencies that have a dependency on funding issues. So then we can see what we can do to either align resources, a system with that, consolidate maybe multiple efforts, things like that. But it's just more data we use to try and pivot on and see what the picture is for the state. So some of the highlights, I just want to talk about the 3-year IT plan. So again, all executive branch and region universities are submitting to this and using kind of the same format. In the past, I know it was just kind of a word salad of people putting together just different, 3-year plans, and we kind of combine them together, and that was the plan. And now, past couple of years, we've been trying to make a deliberate approach to actually make this an actionable document, easy to review, and kind of get a picture of what is going on in the state. So we continue to do that. We've gotten the universities on board to using the same format as our executive branch agencies, and so they are participating as well. Out of all the projects that have been submitted, there have been 438 identified actions or lines of effort across all those branches. So, and as I mentioned, we use this in Populate Interactive Dashboard that Alex, the Chief Information Architect, and his staff have built, so we can actually use the data that is collected in this. And again, referencing back to last year, we used the feedback of licensure platforms to come up with a central licensing platform that multiple agencies can use, so we're not doing 12 different licensing projects, et cetera. So just kind of things we're looking at from that perspective. Some of the highlights in terms of work stream efforts, I just want to call out the kind of the recurring themes we saw this year. IT and data governance projects. So again, getting a handle on data that agencies are collecting, that is a priority we're seeing across the board. Again, very much echo the concerns. We want to maintain individuals' privacies. If we don't have to collect data, we need to stop collecting it and dispose of it accordingly, things like that. So we are seeing agencies actively engage that. IT staff development projects, that was another common theme we're seeing. A lot of folks are trying to ensure their IT staff are trained, stay on top of threats, make sure they're protecting their environments, and then delivering the best services they can to the business units. Website modernization and updates was another big one we saw as well. And again, this was some of the themes of the previous years. And so again, from OITS, we have undertaken a couple projects using ARPA funding, ARPA funding to kind of get a standard website feel out there that some of the non-cabinet agencies are going to be able to leverage. And again, seeing that across the board as well. And also we've been seeing a lot of pieces on disaster recovery planning and business continuity or continuity of operations planning as a theme of coming across multiple agencies as well. So those are just a few of the highlights that we've had. And when we pulled out looking through that are kind of common themes. So we broke down the objectives coming out of this project. The top objectives that we identified are infrastructure modernization, application modernization, continuous improvement of customer experience, and cybersecurity. So again, seeing a lot of those pop up across the board, very similar to last year as well in terms of what agency priorities are. And again, as we see this, we use this to try and identify things we can do from the center out to help them as well and take some burden off them if possible. But the top level objectives that we came across through this effort. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
So Jeff, you said that I think that this report is the three-year report is getting to be where it's very usable. I mean, as far as us to be able to see what it. So, have you had discussions with judicial and with legislative in order to maybe try to implement those their reporting into the same report?
Yeah, we have had those conversations a little bit on the fringes, but we have not had direct engagement with each of the branches specifically on this. I believe the statute only does require executive branch that requires this planning piece. Does it require all three? So, so we'll look into that, but we're more than happy to include them in the planning process as well.
Because the regions aren't required either, probably, are
they? They are technically, yes, sir.
But you don't think judiciary is?
Do not think so, but we can double check. We'll double check that, and then we're more than happy to engage them so we can include them in this effort. So
I think just we see it all in one place. I think it'd be
yes, sir. We'll take that as an action.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Just one question. You mentioned about the MFA for K-State. How many other universities have implemented MFA, and or how many have not?
I believe most of them actually have. I can go double check that and we can try and get an answer for you, sir. But I know quite a few of them have or are in the process of implementing. So, and that's again one of the things we can look at in this is see if they have it on their roadmap as something to do. So, but I believe most of them have either some project in place or have completed something.
Any other questions? And you'll have hard copies to us later.
Yes, we'll work with James to make sure those get out. And as always, we do appreciate feedback. So if you see something that you would like to see us try and come up with or present, we're more than happy to try and incorporate that as well.
Okay. So I guess maybe just to the committee so that James knows, would you like for those to be mailed to you or just taken to your office? So you have them when you come back. Office. Okay. So James, if that can be All right.
And we'll make sure the link gets out for the digital copy as well, so you can access it that way as well.
Sounds good. All right. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Alex Wong, Chief IT Architect for the State of Kansas. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing at the beginning about this effort that we're going on right now, especially with the Keto Quality Report that we have make a change at the beginning of this fiscal year, July 1st, to start looking at project not from a monetary perspective. So we're looking at project from a risk-based assessment. And we presented some of those process of how we went through the risk assessment in the last few meetings. So we have introduced that those are 18 questions that the agency have to fill, and those questions will then become a specific numeric value. And through those value, we are putting together what that risk looks like and bring the projects that needs visibility and oversight of risk, more risky projects in front of this committee, and not just for legislative oversight, for executive branch as well, right? Like we wanted to know like what are the projects that need extra effort, extra eyes on it. So we are on the same page from the objective perspective, but we are still at the beginning. We just started to get those projects in July, so we do need some time, and we ask for patience from the committee, and we're going to continue to work with the chair on picking those risk based on the accurate assessment of the projects. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Senator
Yes.
Holland.
Since he brought up the topic, can I ask a question regarding risk scores? Thanks for being here today. So just a question would be, as I noticed, I'm going to the slide here, but like, so this risk assessment score, how does this work? Is this an average of numbers, or so it's just an average of across categories?
And I think he's going to get into that more into the when he goes through some of them. If that's he's going to go in, aren't you? You're going to kind of go into the.
I'll save my inquiry for later.
Okay, yeah, because he's going to go into how those are generated.
Thank you. Okay, so this quarter report is the between July 2023 and September 2023, 3 months, and the next report is going to publish in February for the current quarter, which is October through December. You will find that information online through any one of those hyperlinks. One will get you to the project dashboard that can let you see those information quickly, and the other one is the quarterly report that has all the detailed information reported by the agency. And for this specific presentation, we're going to keep it high level. But if any project that you will need more information, we are happy to work with the chair and James to put that in as a presentation so that the agency can present all the details for those projects that is interested. All right, so one thing that is new, and this is what Senator Holland kind of started the inquiries is about how do we calculate the score. So you will see from starting from this quarter, some of the demand, the terms that we use are demand because they have not been approved to become projects. So before that, we call them a demand. So in this case, you see a demand that you will see in the quarterly report. So this is the new way that we generate this report from the system. Some of you have heard that we have started to use a new system for submitting, approving, and reporting all the Keto projects. And this is the first time that we put this into production. So your quarterly report is going to see something like this. It shows you in a really clean and organized way. First on the top, the description of project. Then you start to go into the name, if there's a project manager assigned, the department that they're with, then it goes into that specific score that we just talked about, right? So you see the overall score, what that looks like. And let me just real quick reminding them, we have a 3 level of risk. We have 1 that goes from low, 2 is moderate, and 3 is high. So you see that number kind of go into the different category that we are assessing. And each of those categories have some questions that we ask, and that is how we generate the result. And then based on those numbers, we average them out, and then that becomes the overall business score. So that, I don't know whether that answers your questions, Holland?
Oh, it did, but I want to make a point about it later. Thank you.
That sounds good. Yep. All right. So again, I'm asking for, definitely asking for patience as we continue to work through this effort, because this is really the first time we are going through this process for the last 3 months. The office, the Keto office, and myself is looking through every single one that came through to try to both educate the agency of how to go through this process, but also ensuring that what they are reporting is aligned with what our expectation of those risks are. At the same time, we are still working through it, and the chairman mentioned earlier that we are actually making some adjustments already because of what we're seeing. And those adjustments will continue to be made based on the feedback that we received. All right, so after that,
Alex, hold on just a second. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alex. I'm curious, will this view show history also?
it will only start with the new projects that is on July 1st. You will see the score starting from that point on, but the one before, we will not go back and revisit those
Oh, I
projects.
get that, but I want history of the project. Like if you extend the date, or if the cost increase.
Yes.
I want history of the project.
Yes. So this example here, I'm using it here because it is one of the ones that we have started to score the risk base. But if you look on the active projects, some of those that we are already tracking, they have those actual, like say financial, they will have the plan cost, and we will have the actual cost and the planned start date or end date, and we also have the actual start and end date. So those history will be listed.
That will be helpful to the committee. Thank you.
Yep, definitely.
Colin.
No, I really like Senator Tyson's comments where she's going with that, because I guess in that vein or spirit, I want to be sure that we have that original planning history. You can see how the project is deviating, actual from plan. And then every time there's a recast, not just have the latest one, but just let's see how much it deviated over the entire life. Can I ask, would it be appropriate to ask some questions about this slide? Are you done with this slide talking about it, or?
The rest of them are just like, an overview of what are the information that you can see in a new project. And then actually in the quarterly report that you have received electronically, you will also see the active project that have more columns, like the historical data that you just mentioned about. But yes, other than that,
I think you could go ahead and ask, because I don't think they're.
Yeah, and so I guess if this is like a summary sheet that we're going to get, or a summary screen, I think if there's any sort of significant deviations in the project plan, have some high level flag that says, hey, there's some deviations here. We can dive down in the details. I'm unfamiliar with this reporting system, but some comments I want to make is that on the overall business risk score, for example, can you just give me a thumbnail sketch of what's the difference between, say, strategic risk score versus security and compliant risk score versus reputational risk score? How do you define those 5 different categories?
So going back to, I think this is about 2 or 3 JCIT meeting ago, we kind of presented all the different categories and how we come up with those, and also the questions that goes along with them. So we basically go, that's a working, yeah, go ahead.
So you've reviewed that, and so my bad, I may not have been there, so I'll withdraw that question. I guess excuse me, a comment I want to make, and I know we got into this early on, we started talking about this whole concept, but I'm very much opposed to averaging scores, okay, and coming up with a number, because that is the easiest way in the world to beat additional oversight. I mean, I'm sorry, and I'm not saying this particularly in any branch. I just think in general, Kansas state government has a checkered history, shall we say, in implementing systems. And in my mind, anything that goes above, that raises a yellow card, I would like for this to come before the committee. And I will get this off my chest, and I will shut up about this forever going forward. But I am not happy that, I guess I am not pleased from the fact, just sitting on this committee, that while we're here trying to provide oversight and guidance and not, repeat the same errors over and over, I still feel like that this committee was not fully aware of the KLS system coming up for recompete. And, that chafes me. So, anyway, I will, and not to say that the appropriate decision of how that was redone wasn't the correct decision to be made. Okay. But the fact that, we did as a committee did not get to air our concerns about the whole life of that project. Okay. And make no mistake, those are taxpayers' money is going to, enhance that system. Okay. That concerns me that we totally missed that in this committee. And I'm kind of disappointed about that.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
And I understand what you're saying, especially on the risk assessment. And that was part of we had a meeting earlier to kind of go over the risk assessment. And one of the things that, and maybe that's what Jeff's going to say, is that he can at any time when he's looking at it say, well, I think that they didn't, maybe this should be looked at by JCIT, and he can then go ahead and I think he's already got one actually that he's going to do that on. So go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, correct, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jeff Maxon again. So yeah, we are very much aware of that, and our goal is not to allow people to cheat the system. So what we're actually collecting now is more, so we can see, and both Alex as his position of the CETA and Sarah in the KETO, which is again independent to review all these projects, as well as each agency CETO should be reviewing this and calling people out that are gaming that system. So we have the authority to say that should be a project, or how did you come and get this number, because even your description doesn't line up with the risk you're perceiving it. So we have the ability to dig into it and basically have them. And then you'll see as we're working to develop a process that things are near the threshold still get identified for you guys as well to say, yeah, this is something we do want to see more about. So
Yeah, we're going to try to, I think for one thing, the overall was 2. I think we're going to lower that to 1.75 is kind of what their suggestion. And then I suggested that we even go to 1.65 as far as maybe a look at. That wouldn't necessarily be a keto, but it would be ones that that we would see and say, hey, I think we really feel like. So it kind of, as we move that down, it allows a lot less of a ability for that inaccuracy to occur. Yeah, Senator Holland.
But I still have, even if you lower the average, to me, it's still a problem. If we're gonna, here's a really stupid hypothetical. Say the state's going to implement a, $1 billion IT system. Okay. Well, you can probably find zeros on all the other aspects of it to get that score down to whatever. And I'm not saying that anybody's trying to avoid coming before our committee, but let's face it, our committee really has no stick. Okay. So, if I'm a good government employee, I'm trying to get my work done, trying to be efficient. What's the incentive for the groups to come before here out of the goodness of their heart and say, oh, by the way, we want to make you aware of something because it may potentially make us look bad in hindsight. And I think this whole oversight process needs to be looked at, because I guess, we had the data breach, right? With the judicial issue. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We had some sort of an unknown cyber incident. Can I phrase it that way? Very good. Okay. So my point is that, we have, we're here on this committee, and I'm sure some of us feel, responsible for a potential incident that may or may not have occurred. But the point is that when we really have no effective way to affect change, okay, what's the point? So I just hope when we look at these reports, I just want to be sure that, I don't want to be the committee of avoidance that really has no material impact. I want to try to provide guidance, because I know we got a lot of good people on this committee with solution systems backgrounds that can really bring something to bear. And that's the only point I want to make, Mr. Chair, and I will.
Any other questions? Yeah, Representative Wassinger.
I think what all of this tells us is we need to look at all of our IT systems all over the state of Kansas. And one thing that we've done this year is, as from my committee, is that we have talked to Jeff and we've begun the conversations where maybe we can have one person be in charge of all the systems and then have the separate systems answer. So there's always communication, and it's not, I have no idea how much they spent. I have no idea what they're doing. I don't know where they got their numbers. So I think it's incumbent upon us to try to figure out how to not do this the same way. And in government, we are split into different kingdoms: judicial, executive, and legislative. So keep our IT systems, but have someone over all of it that can say, you know, we need this taken care of. What are you doing here? It just requires more cooperation. And somehow I think we've got to get that figured out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, again, that is one of our goals, is to provide that visibility. And that's why we've tried to come back with this. What is important? Have more information, remove some of the noise. Because like the old model, for example, an agency renewing a license that costs over $250,000 would still require you to fill out, 12 hours worth of paperwork, submit it, deem it as a project. That's not something we see as necessarily. Now, if it's getting into a certain amount of like a $10-20 million license, we still want to flag something like that. But our goal is to make sure we're kind of removing some of the noise and the burden on the agencies while presenting you with the relevant information. And at the same time, we are working to be more responsive to hold agencies accountable from a technology that they aren't fudging gaming the system, because we are in that background of, this doesn't look right. This serves all of Kansas. It has a very large public impact that requires elevated risk, not a 0 or a 1. So that is on us to make sure we are holding them and ourselves accountable at the same time.
Do you know, well, you should know, how many agencies does the executive branch oversee? What's the number of that?
The number is, I believe, around 56 or something. It's around that 50s numbers.
Oh, that's a big school. That's a big, heavy lift. And trying to get everyone together is going to take longer. But I think maybe we're not headed as quickly as we should. I think we all, as we've talked about things, is that we really need to step up our game. But we do need all that information. We do need to see what's going on instead of being blindsided by what happened to the Department of Labor with unemployment. We need to have that reported to one single office that takes care of that and can tell us where everyone is going and what everyone's doing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's where Jeff does come in. I mean, that's his office. That's for those 56, they have to report to him. Yeah. That's they're required.
Well, that I do know. I'm just saying, if we have someone that's overseeing all, legislative, judiciary, executive, they can have their finger on all of it. Does that make sense?
Right, I understand. Yeah, and that gets into a lot of other issues.
Yes, I know.
You
don't want that today?
You'll get to work out. No, not really. No, I don't really want to get into that today.
And I will
understand.
And Mr. Chair, I will add, and that is the purpose of the keto, and that is to do some of the oversight. Now, again, kind of the same thing. It's just kind of oversight and visibility. Again, it doesn't necessarily have a stick other than working with the CETOs to say, this is something fishy. But we as CETOs have the ability to kill a project as well if we think it looks off or looks wrong. And so, again, that's on us to make sure we're being transparent with the committee as well on what that is looking like. And as you'll see, we've had a project come across that I have effectively said, no, that will be a project, and they'll report it as such. So,
okay, I'll go to Senator Holland, but I really do want for Alex to be able to kind of show what they've done, because they are really trying to, I think, get to where we want it. It's just we kind of need to see where they're at so that we can then say, okay, no, this is the direction. And I understand what you're saying about you know, if it scores a 2 in one of the categories, maybe we should see it. I don't know, but let's maybe try to. But one question.
No, there's no question. Just a really brief comment. So I'm a project manager, and what I like about this committee, or I was hoping to accomplish with this committee, is more focus on the front end of the project lifecycle. Okay, look, stuff happens in IT operations environments all the time, and it's not going to be me to second guess anybody that if a system's blown up or whatever happened. I'm not looking to point fingers or anything like that. I just think we're all here because we're representing our constituents, we're managing people's tax dollars. And my concern is that before an RFP goes out into the street, okay, I want to be sure that it makes sense. And there's just been too many RFPs that continually go out of here time and time again, where it's like, what happened? And then there's the train wreck. And the concern I have is that sometimes it appears to me that just we don't learn lessons from the past. And when I see the same thing with the same system pop up on this committee, I mean, for better or for worse, I've been here since 2003, and I was on a prior systems type of committee. And KLIS dates back, I think, to 2003, 2004, I forget what it was, you know, and it just, what changes? And so if we're going to provide some guidance, that I want to catch things in the front of the life cycle prior to the issue of the RFP to help stave off problems. Thank you.
And I think that's what we're trying to do. Senator Dyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But it points out with the project management process in the different technologies, the waterfall, and that's what I feel like you guys are using on us is a waterfall. I would rather see things before you spend a lot of time on them. What Senator Holland's saying. I mean, you're developing this system for our use, and it's getting steps. I just think that micro steps would be better than macro in this case. And Mr. Chairman, I guess this is a question for Tamara. There used to be statutes about agencies not being able to cross over with data sharing and certain. I would like to see where we're at on that. I know the idea of one guy managing everything may sound good. That's part of the problem. The IT problem is we had a tech guy that convinced a previous governor that one size fits all. That is not accurate with technology. We all know that are in the industry. It just doesn't work that way. So we need to make sure that we're cautious as we move forward on this, who's best suited to manage the project. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward. So we are tracking currently 65 projects, and 35 are active, meaning that they are actually in the process of implementation. 22 are approved, meaning that they have received approval from the CEDO, and they are in the process of procurement. And 8 are planned, meaning that we identify them as KEDO project, and they are working on a high-level project plan in order to submit for CEDO approval. So these are where we have talked about earlier on the projects that is starting to use the new risk assessment project and the score that they have received it using the risk assessment process. And as you can see, we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, that initially the Ryan White Program Database and Claim Project does not meet the threshold that we originally set. Project internally with the CETO, this is one of those that Jeff looked at this and it's like, this is going to be a KEDO project because of the risk that it actually inherits and the service that is impacted. So he make a change on the determination, and now it is listed as one of the new demands that is KEDO reportable. You see the last one that doesn't have a score because we're still in the process of trickling some of the projects from the project before July 1st. So some of those is already over 250,000, and they are just getting around right now to submit their high-level project plan. And that's why you are seeing that showing up. You will still see some of those trickling through the transition process, but it's going to be less and less as we continue to move forward. So we also talk about some of the projects that we work with the chairman on what are the ones that is not meeting that threshold, but might be needed to make that changes. So those are some 3 of those projects that is under the initial threshold, and that we work with our representative to look at anything that's above 1.6, and those are the 3 projects that is currently in that range. And again, I think 2 things that we did continue to work on. One is continue to receive feedback from this committee so that we can adjust those things, and also we just talked about it earlier today before the meeting about breaking down some of those overall, so we can show you the breakdown of those individual projects as we continue to present those. So we'll continue to work on improving how we present these projects, and we also have a discussion about down the road maybe even going into the agency and give them what we want them to present directly. So you can have some insight instead of a high-level presentation from me. You will actually have the agency presenting why they are being scored that way, and also what is the actual project description and the objective of those. All right, moving on. This is just a breakdown of all those projects by branches: 23 executive, 11 regions, 1 legislative, and none from judicial at the moment. And also, all the active projects that you see, 35 of those, what's their status? And I think this is part of what Senator Holland has mentioned earlier about like visibility on things that is not going well. We want to make sure that as they continue to go into the active phases of implementation, that we bring up all the project that is either in alert status, caution status, and so that we can discuss and they bring visibility into the committee as well. So for this quarter, there are 5 new projects that is starting implementation. The first one is the enterprise licensing platform from OITS, and this is part of the push from Senate Bill 66 that was passed in the last legislative session to require all the professional licensing agency to use an electronic format to issue, renew, and review those licensing applications. So as you can see, for the ones that we have went through the risk score, I also listed the risk score over there, so you can see what that looks like. And also, we have now getting 7 non-cabinet agency that is already interested in this project. So we have a estimated completion date at the moment on January 2025, which is in compliance of the Senate Bill 66 that is listed as the timeline. Next project is web service migration from OITS. Currently, OITS provide a hosted solution for all the agency website, and this is an effort to upgrade that platform, and also focusing on all the website that currently sits on the current platform. The next phase of the project is actually opening it up for any other agency to also use the same platform, so they will have the same look and feel from a more consistent customer-facing front end for all the agency within the state. Next project is the transportation project, which is the system that they use to collect and report bridge inspection information for the Federal Highway Administration. KDOT right now currently use a software named BIP, the Bridge Inspection Portal, and that system needs to be updated in order to meet the new standard and specification from the federal regulations that will be effective in March 15, 2028. And this project is implementing to do that. And the last 2 projects, University of Kansas, they are upgrading their audio-visual infrastructure in both the School of Business and the School of Pharmacy. So both of those projects are in flight at the moment. All right, so some project that is currently in caution status, and reminding that a caution status are any criteria, and in this case, the criteria are deliverables, task, timeline, financial, any of those things that's deviated from the initial reported plan. So some of those things that we have touched earlier about the historical tracking, this is what we are tracking to make sure that they are still either within that 10% threshold that we call a good status. Anything that is deviated from 10, 11 to 20% becomes caution. These are the 2 that is in that status. And anything in alert is anything that's above 20% deviate. So any of those criteria that is over those threshold will be reported and bring to the committee's attention as well. So for the caution status, the first one is the KDHE has a waste management data management system, and they are deviated 13% from deliverables and 11% from the task that is reported. And they are aware of this deviation, and so they have put in more resources within the agency to catch up on those things, and they are expecting to bring everything back to good status in the next quarterly report. For transportation, the project that is on caution right now is the equipment management system. This project, I put an asterisk behind it. Any project that is on either alert or caution status on the previous quarter, I mark it here so that you know this is a project that comes from the last one as well. So in this case, this project is in alert status last time due to the fact that there are some interfaces that's thought to be needed for implementation is no longer needed, but then there's other interfaces that is created new that requires more attention and resources. And because of that, their initial project plan timeline and also the deliverables are no longer matching what they're doing right now, and they will need to recast this project at the end of this calendar year. So you will see a recast on this project coming along next quarter. All right, and then finally, I got 8 projects that is in alert status currently. First 2 projects, the DCF CSS project, Child Support Services, and also the KDAT projects, are both projects that have presented separately from previous JCID meeting because of the concern of the committees. And so this is, again, the continuation of the project to be continued in alert status. For the CSS project, they are currently working on 2 issues related to disaster recovery. They needed to understand a little bit better on the response time if there is a system outage, and also determine the requirements for if something goes completely down, how long it's going to take to bring everything back up. And that is the questions that they are waiting for an answer to actually put in another recast for this project so that they can have a accurate timeline on what that recast is going to look like. So this is continuing to be on alert. The next project is the hospital HERS and the hospital SUD system implementation. And then those projects right now are in alert because of the network infrastructure issue that was presented in the last meeting as well. So they're still waiting to work with on the Wi-Fi coverages and the network bandwidth in order to get that went through. And then their approach is to get that done first and then recast the project again so that they can have accurate timeline and resources. So those are the 2 projects for DCF and KDATs. The next one is the Children Cabinet Trust Fund. They have a workforce registry that they are in alert status because they are behind on both deliverables and tasks. We actually have a hard time getting a hold of them to get a response. And so they just give us a really brief update in regards to some modules that have opened up for testing in July, and that the agency is trying to get caught up on the project in the last quarter. We have not received any updates since, so they continue to be on alert status. Next one is the KBI Automated Biometric Identity System, ABIS. This is already on the recast since last time, and they are deviated from the criteria both in the deliverables and on the schedule. And so they are aware of the deviation, and they are now actually changing their vendors, project manager, because they identified that as one of the issue with the project. So that has happened, and now they're trying to catch up on the project to see if they can catch up next quarter. Next project is OITS licensing platform. We just kind of touched on this earlier as a new project. And the reason that they are on alert is because of the some of the tasks related to database conversion and migration is more complicated than it was originally assessed. And so they have to add more tasks into the task list. So that caused the deviation of the initial plan. But the vendor has already put in additional effort and resources in order to get caught up. and also not impacting the overall project schedule. So that should be back in green status in the next quarter. Next one is transportation. They are doing the office management, the bridge office management system and the set aside upgrade. That project is very dependent on another different system, which is a bridge management system. And when the project first started, the version of that system is version 6. And since then, actually just a few months ago in the summer of this year, the version of that application is now updating to version 7. And so they needed to go back and revisit the scope of this project to make sure that they are still going to be compliant with the new system. And so they're going to change the schedule from the initial completion timeline of July 2024 to October 2024. And that results in the schedule deviation and cause the project to be in status, the alert status. The next one is also transportation. They have the reinforced concrete box system. And there's actually just one task that they didn't complete, but because they only have 7 tasks, so they actually put it into alert status, and also their timeline have changed from October 23 to February 25. And so that actually changed the alert into alert status. But they are trying to look at this again and see if they needed to recast the project in the next quarter as well. Finally, we have Department of Wildlife and Parks. This is a system that they have been in alert status in the previous quarters. However, they have actually caught up on all the technical deliverables and tasks. So the system is actually ready to go. However, the agency knows that this is coming up to a hunting season, and the officers are busy in dealing with their tasks and duties, and so they might not have time to go through training for a new system. So they intentionally push the timeline back from this month into February of next year. And so that causes the schedule to move and put it into alert status. But the system itself is ready to go live, and there's no alert on the actual deliverables. So I'm going to stop here and stand for any questions that you might have.
Okay, committee, are there any questions on any of these projects that the new projects or the ones in caution or alert? Anything that anybody wants to know about them? I believe probably some of the agencies are probably here today for these projects. So if you have questions, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again on your presentation. You say 0 judicial branch projects are in process. So what about the one that the current system, the Tyler technology system, that was still being implemented? Because Johnson County is the only one not implemented.
So I think some of those information are not that's not make available to us. So I do not have that information.
So these reports.
See, so yeah, so because Jeff, we'd have to get that report directly from them. Is that what the issue is?
So, Mr. Chairman, Jeff Max again. We'd have to go validate what is within our system, specifically on that project, on where they technically should have reported that through the keto process if that was above the $250,000 threshold. So we'd have to go back and look. But since it's been in an active progress and hasn't been on alert, it won't be flagged in any of these for the quarterly report. It might be in the quarterly report as an active project. Then they did not file. Yeah. It's the data that we have. So if they did not file, we would not have it.
do that. I do want to. So where is that breakdown at in that? Because she's right.
Yeah,
That system is. I mean, it's been forever.
that would
But
be before
it should have been on this, right?
correct. It should have been. So
Okay,
that's
so
before our time in terms of when that was submitted as a project, if it ever was submitted as a project. So and I don't have purview specifically over what judicial branch does with their projects. It should have gone through the keto process because that is required of all branches, and so we'd have to go back and look and see if that was ever submitted. We can try and pull that information and get it to you.
okay, and just you might look. Is there other projects out there that have fallen through that crack too?
And we know, and again, that was our attempt to address some of the stuff because of projects of the past where they would do a fee for transactions or things like that to get around the 250,000. So the KDOR tax modernization project where there was no quote unquote cost associated with it, that was able to bypass the project process, and that's why we changed the model, is because of lessons learned from things like that. So
Yeah. Now, Senator Tyson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I do know there's other projects not listed on this, but that's an easy one. So the KDADS system, does that have a link to the KCA or HCA hospital system that was breached?
do not believe so.
So there's no connection between that data and what's going on in the system. Okay. And why is that system? I guess this is a question for the presenter because Alex, you've got asterisks on a couple of these, and I actually got asterisks in 3 or 4 places. I'm not sure. Like the first box has 1 asterisk, then there's 2 asterisks on the next one, and then the last one has another asterisk. What are those asterisks?
So I think that's a typo on the second one. We shouldn't have one at the end. It should be just an asterisk at the front. And again, those are just indicating that that was in alert status from the previous quarters. So we are aware that this is something that's continuous.
Okay, if I may, one last question. Would you clarify what is caution status versus alert status,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
So going back to the five 4 criteria that we currently have. One is the scheduled, the other one is the financial, and then deliverables and task. So we will receive a report like this, where it tells us like how many numbers of tasks or deliverables is required to be completed on a specific quarter, and also whether they are on time for their schedule and how much dollar amount they have spent. If any of those things are deviated between 10 to 20%, that is caution. If anything that's above 20% deviation, that becomes alert. And that is any category of those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the terminology recast, how is that going to be demonstrated in the history sheet that you gave us in the beginning? Is recast, to me, the project's so messed up, we're going to start it over. And so then we won't see the history behind the initial attempts on the project. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
So the way that we identify them is, if you see this slide, I don't think you have the slide up right now, but the KBI project, you will see that we intentionally put a 2. You will see that name actually has a version behind it that indicates that they have recasted once, because this is the second time that this happened. So we can trace back on the first project, and that will actually give us that historical background on those projects.
So I think what the senator is saying is in the summary, though, we're not going to see those. We don't see the first one in the summary. We'd have to look back, try to find where that was recast, right?
So once it's recast, we look at the criteria based on the new set of baseline that they have set, right? So I think the concern here is how much deviated it is compared to the first version that I have submitted. I think that is what Senator is getting at.
Yeah. So maybe the fix. I think maybe the fix might be if there's a way in the report to somehow give us a idea of where to look for the old projects, so that we can so you can cross-reference
So we
that.
can link it.
Yeah, kind of link so we can say, okay, this is where it started. And
Sure.
Is that kind of center what you're looking for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just don't want to lose the history. I want
Right.
to be able to see what we've transitioned from, where we're going to, where did we make our mistakes, where can we make improvement?
Right. So if there's a link there that kind of give, okay.
Thank you.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you say the agencies? There's a couple of representatives in here. Is Department of Transportation and DCF, are they in here?
Yeah.
I was just wondering from the Department of, I got two questions. On the Department of Transportation, we have a bridge management system, $6.5 million. Is that system so expensive because there's a lot of engineering type specs in there with maintenance and these types of things with lots of history? Is that why this project is so expensive?
Okay, we have the CIO of Transportation to present.
Just curious. It's a big number, and I just didn't know maybe what it entails, and so I just see that number. I'm just kind of curious there.
First, I'm Sean Brown, CIO of Transportation. It's an engineering application. There's a lot of calculations and things that need to be done, and this is some pretty substantial modifications to an existing system that encompasses a lot of functionality that doesn't currently exist in the system.
Is there any risk to our transportation folks out there riding on these bridges while the system gets updated?
The intention of this system is to reduce risk to those people.
So right now it is status quo, and you're doing enhancements on the current system that will enhance our bridges in some fashion or form with better information?
We are enhancing the bridge management system with functionality that currently exists in various other systems so that it will be in a unified single system.
And then therefore, what benefit does that come to our taxpayers out there?
First of all, it's more maintainable because it's a single system, and the data is much more accessible and easier to report on.
So therefore, we can get quicker updates to our bridges. Is that the general idea? Are we reducing costs somehow by having this system upgraded, by having it all in one system?
From a technology perspective, if you would like answers from a business perspective, I would have to defer to the business units to answer those questions.
Okay, okay, thanks. On the DCF, if we could, it's 11.6 and it's a continuing project. It's an alert status. And I want to make sure our folks out there paying child support are able to pay child support, and those receiving child support does this have we're having a delay here. And we know I've had stakeholders that come to me and say, hey, we've got a lot of issues sometimes with our child support services and how we do that. Does this delay, what impact is this having on our citizens out there?
Hi, my name is Tom Pagano, and I'm the CIO for both KDADS and DCF. I'll try to answer that. Currently, the delay is a technical delay due to some network-related issues, as mentioned earlier by Alex. That impact is not having any. That issue is not having any impact on today's system. That is simply the migration. It's having a delay and an impact on the conversion of the system, to the new system that we're building.
So our citizens who are going to benefit from the new system, presumably with more efficient payment methodologies and things like that, they won't get to use those until this thing's done, though, right?
Actually, the system is the project is a modernization system, so it's moving a very old, antiquated mainframe system to a modern platform in order to avoid the significant mainframe costs that happen on an annual basis.
Okay.
It will also provide additional stability and such.
So we're doing this as a cost savings,
yes,
efficiency. Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions on any of these projects? I'll go to Representative Curtis first.
I just have a question for the KDOT person about the bridge program. Now that you brought up the bridges, I'm very interested in bridges. Does this also, will this system, will it just be those state-owned bridges that it will be capturing Or will that also capture other bridges that are like locally owned? Information on them.
So what we're discussing today is the state-owned bridges, but the project that was identified earlier, the bridge inspection portal, will also capture data from bridges outside of the state system.
And will those local entities then be feeding that information into our systems?
Yes, they do currently into an existing system.
Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a comment for Alex. Thank you for the information. And I know you're really working to present as much of this stuff. I want to go back to the recasting scenario, though, that we've talked about. So it sounds like in the current reporting system, say if a system's in trouble, there's a project recast, then as long as that recasted project maintains within the parameters, from that point forward, everything's good, right?
Correct.
It's not in.
That is correct.
And that, I think, Mr. Chairman, is part of the problem. I think what we really need to have on this, and it's not so much for the operational folks who are working the project, but I think particularly from this committee's standpoint, I think anytime a project goes into, alert status, even if they recast it, I think from our perspective, we ought to treat that project as always in alert. And I go back to that because from a lessons learned perspective, something you might want to consider, and I don't know if the committee would find this valuable or not, but to me, once a project goes in alert status, I think at the end of that project, even if it, the recast finished fine, then revised budget, whatever, I think if you offered like a post-mortem / lessons learned on every project, that if it hit alert status at least once, that was provided to this committee. And it really gets back to the issue as far as the procurement process. Did we understand our requirements? Okay. What caused the initial deviation? Because I always go back to, in my IT experiences, if the initial project out of the gate gets out of whack, there was a disconnect somewhere between either we didn't understand our requirements or the vendor sold us a solution, which is, what we didn't know we were getting. We got change controlled to death, with cost changes. So I just put that forward to the committee if that's something they might find valuable. But I think that would really help us, as we start looking at new projects and can look at the lessons learned from you guys. Mm-hmm. And by having that project always flagged, then we'll know on the top that there was a major deviation.
I think that might be something that does sound like a good idea. That way, it is always flagged. We understand that it's had issues, and that's the postmortem, I guess, or the post
lesson learned.
Yeah, the lessons learned. I think that is a good idea too. That's something that, and I also want to make sure I remind everybody is that now we are getting those these keto reportable projects. We're getting those emails before they're supposed to go out for RFP. So if you have issues, if you have anything that you're not sure about, either reach out to Mac. Why do I call you Max today? I'm not sure what the deal is. Sorry, Jeff. Either reach out to Jeff or call or reach out to and let us know we need to have a meeting on that project. Yeah, Senator Holland.
Just in response to that, I don't know about the rest of you folks, but I don't have time. I mean, I don't have the bandwidth, okay, to look at every project before it gets let, okay? And what I'm trying to say is I trust our professional IT resources for the vast majority of projects. They're going to be okay. But this goes back to the risk rating, is because instead of using an average, if any one of these categories says tilt, okay, I want to get involved in that prior to the procurement process. And that's I guess my angst in this whole deal.
Right. But what I'm saying though is, if that's the case, you're going to see more. We're going to get more of them. I mean, so if we're really trying to get to the ones that are really that are going to really be an issue, you're probably going to see, you probably want to see less of them. So if they were to create and make a keto project, and one that we get the email for everyone that's over 2 in one category, then that's going to be more of them that we're going to get emails on.
No, what I'm asking for is that if we have a critical project prior to being let, I don't want to get an email about it. I want them to come before this committee and say, look, here's the particulars. This is why this says, we need to be reviewed. And then as a committee, we can see if we need to weigh in on that. Okay. I don't want to get more emails. That's not I think it's important we get together here and collectively talk about critical project risks, that it helps the process. Thank you.
Right. And I think that's they are going to give us that information whenever we have a meeting, but normally we only have a meeting quarterly. And so I mean, unless we start having meetings more often. And so that's why those emails are sent out. That's what the risk assessment is supposed to be for, is for us to look at and say, hey, we do have a problem with this one. We want to have a meeting. So, Senator Pittman.
Just to weigh in on that, I mean, we have to think about our own committee too. Our committee structure, our committee changes year over year, maybe every 2 years at a minimum. And we need to have a little bit of an education process. This is kind of just like any other committee, but we don't necessarily brief our new members on what's going on. How do we read through our projects, understand these kind of risk assessments and these types of things. So we have to do a little self-maintenance to figure out how we're going to do that in the future, so that as we go through this 5-year period, we can understand where we're coming
from. Good point. Yeah, that's maybe something we need to look at in our next meeting, is maybe having something that, or at least once every 2 years, when a new committee is formed. Yeah, that's a good point. Representative Haskins. So, Jeff, did you want to say something in response to? Okay, all right, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I only have 2 questions planned, and the one's just a follow-up on that. Is, you caught that, didn't you? On KCCTF, Alex, my note says no response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there anybody here from KCCTF?
We're not able to get a hold of anyone.
Okay. And I guess I do have a third question. On no response, talk to me about, or explain your efforts in getting responses, and what's the ramifications for them not to respond.
So there's 2 parts of this process. One is the self-reporting piece. So once your report is become keto reportable, you are responsible for self-reporting through the system. So that's the first chance for them to give us something, right? So that is the little brief statement that you saw us presented earlier. Then we receive that information, we reviewed, and we look at it as like, we need more. Your project is an alert. You need to give me a little bit more information, justify what's happening. And that's when our office reached back out. And that's where we do not get any contact or response at that point. So usually we give them another chance, like 2 or 3 times, just going back out again, usually through email or calling their office. And in this case, we're not able to make contact.
Did you have anything else? Okay. Senator Holland. No, that's okay.
Sorry, I'm just out of control here with the mic. But does anybody in this committee, have been on like the joint building committee? Okay, so I'm assuming they deal with issues that go into the hundreds of millions of dollars. And my guess is when they do a major procurement over there, it's not like, oh, well, this is what we procured back, 6 months ago. My guess is they're probably a little more timely when you look at the project life cycle of either building acquisition or building maintenance or construction projects. That committee is probably inserting itself rather forcefully, proactively in the front end of those projects in making procurement decisions. And they do it collectively together because it's transparency for citizens. And I just think, to me, this is no different of an asset. It's digital, but it's the same financial impact to our taxpayers. And I just think by meeting more proactively and timing with the project life cycle for these things would be most beneficial.
Yeah, and I totally understand that was the intention of our legislation is to move this committee more into the style of the building committee, because that's true. I mean, they meet on pretty regular basis, look at the different projects. So I think that's where we're trying to get to, and but I also don't want us to just get together to look at a couple of projects that are not anything that anybody is really worried about too. So I think we have to have that, and that's kind of what we're trying to figure out, is how best to do that. How best to get that mechanism to happen. So Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would echo Senator Holland's comments, and I think we should err on the side of overly aggressive on the oversight, even if it's just a $500,000 project or $200,000 project. That data that might be looked at could be critical and instrumental. So I think we need to ramp up a little, is what I would say. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Alex?
Yeah, just make a couple of comments based on the discussion. One is we are already working on improving the presentation. So we have talked about like we can have something that is more focused on the projects that is risky, so that the committee learn more about the detail of those projects. What are they doing? What's the objective? What they're trying to accomplish? Like here are some of the questions earlier, like, are we trying to do this because we are inspecting more bridges? Like, things like that, right? So we can adjust those based on the feedback of the committee. And the other thing is, I think it's also open opportunity based on the comment from Senator Holland, that we can look at the criteria, like the criteria of the caution and alert. I think it opened up opportunity for us to revisit that and see if we are still looking at the right thing, right? Or do we need to change how we identify what is caution and what is alert? Something that I can do some research and come back.
Any other questions? I would ask that you, Jeff, Senator Pissman. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. Too many Jeffs. What did I call you? Whatever I called you, I'm sorry. Jeff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try and be brief, as I know kind of keeping you from lunch. Our goal is to make sure we're providing the information that is valuable to you as well. And so we appreciate the feedback. And as Oxman, we're trying to refine this presentation when we do the quarterly report. So we're kind of actually looking at things through a proper lens. So it's not kind of this, well, we're talking about something that happened 3 weeks ago or 3 months ago. How do we better refine that for your visibility and also so you can understand the history as well? So we appreciate the feedback, because our goal is to make sure that you have the information that is important to you. So we appreciate the feedback again. And so as we keep working through, bear with us as we're trying to kind of refine this as well. And as we get more of this and to the point of, as we start looking at, to like your point about data, if we see something that is dealing with, all 3 million citizens of Kansas, roughly, it's dealing with that data, that's probably something you might have an interest in. Or if it's a critical, and that's why we were finding a critical application for a small board, but is their primary business function, it wasn't meeting the risk threshold, but it is their primary function. That is a major impact if something goes wrong with that project at that age. That's what we're trying to bubble up and make sure we're presenting that type of stuff, because that risk does vary based on size of agencies. We're trying to account for that as well. And even how we flag projects from a variance perspective. Some apply for bigger projects, smaller projects. How can we be more flexible with that as well, of flagging things that are in the caution or alert based on size of project, things like that as well. So we are evaluating it, and we do want to make sure we're getting the information you want. So.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's going to continue to be a little bit of a trial and error here for a little bit for us to try to figure out exactly, what, but I think that was the point of the legislation, was to try to get this committee to be more proactive before these projects are let out. So, so I would just encourage members of the committee, if you have questions on how anything, get together with Jeff or Alex individually, give them suggestions individually, and they'd be happy also to go through, maybe the criteria better, in more detail. But we're going to continue to try to work through this, give suggestions, and see where we can go. So. Uh, I think they're trying, and we certainly are asking, for a lot of different things. So yeah, Senator Pittman. You on my mind. I'm not sure what the deal is. Or
I just throw this out to the committee if this would be any help. And I mean, we keep on looking at these two guys. They're doing yeoman's work, okay. But I think this issue about process really falls more back onto us, and quite honestly, our House and Senate leadership. Because to me, I see parallel. I mean, when you talk about the financial consequences of screwing up a major construction project, that's visible. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay. And so when you look at our current joint building committee or whoever on that, my guess is there's a lot of the appropriation folks. You have your actual leadership that are on that. And they're on that committee for a purpose, because they're really trying to ensure that there's transparency in that procurement process. Okay. And they want visibility. And I'm just saying that maybe somebody should come in from their group and explain to us how they work, because to me, I don't need to look at 50 different projects to get together. But I mean, just to me, there's one or two projects that probably come up prior to being let that have some really significant potential budget implications. And we need to have the same gravitas towards those digital construction projects as we do our other physical plant things that we do or handle through the building committee. And so that's maybe something to think about, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, Jeff, Alex, thank you for being here. All right, we are a little bit behind, but not too bad. So we're going to, let's come back at 1:45, and that way we have the full time period, and then we'll have a Kayla's update, and then more on artificial intelligence, and then some discussion. So with that, we are recessed for lunch. All right, committee, welcome back to our afternoon session. We are running about 30 minutes behind, but I think that our next presentation is going to be fairly quick. So before I start, do I have a motion to approve the 3 sets of minutes? Okay, second. Okay, seconded. Curtis moved and Wassinger second. All those in favor say aye. Those same sign, motion carries. All right. Alan is going to give us a presentation. Eric was not able to be here. He had something pop up that he had to go to. So Alan's going to give us a presentation on the KLIS modernization update. So,
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Alan Wise, the Legislative Chief Information Technology Officer. And you should have in your packet a written report by Eric, which I'll briefly go over. This initial phase of the KLIS project, as reported in the past, is currently on track to be completed and ready for use during the 2025 session. And this phase of the project includes the bill drafting, amendment drafting, codification system, and some updates to the chamber to make sure it can process the Word documents. So the major milestones that were completed in the past 4 months since July is test scenarios were completed. The codification analysis and design was completed and approved, and the user acceptance testing plan was delivered and reviewed. And I just might note here that all of this work, the reviser's office staff was deeply involved in working with Propylon to get all this defined and approved. So the upcoming milestones, there's a supplement to the codification system to review and approve, and that should be hopefully done by December 1st. And the big item here is we've started user acceptance testing this week. And we've got 5 staff members from Propylon here in the building with us. And our revisers of Office of the Reviser staff are in the room with Propylon and also our information services staff. And they're walking them through the system and getting them ready to go through the user acceptance testing, which is going to go from now through up till almost Christmas time. So December 23rd or 22nd. Yep. So that's the big thing. This is our first session of user acceptance testing. So this is really going to tell us how the system is doing, and we should be able to report after we get through this how things are going. And then we'll have another test plan that'll happen in the springtime, and then a final user acceptance testing that'll happen the fall of next year. There's some ongoing tasks that are also being worked on, and that's the bill and resolution template designs and continuing work on the drafting tools, system integration, analysis and design, and then also working on test scenarios so we make sure we do a full test of the system. So that's the report, and I can stand for any questions.
Alan, what's the next phase after this?
So we consider this phase 1, which should be implemented in 2025. And then phase 2 is the update to the rest of the system, which is all the chamber system, which includes the calendars and journals, all of the publications in the research department that are currently in KLIS, an update to the committee system. I think that's everything. I might have missed some things, but
the website, all
that. The website is being updated in this phase, but there'll be additional updates in phase 2 also.
So I guess the website's probably the biggest thing that, as far as this committee, is how that's going to, because of the ability of the public, that's the public facing, I guess. how can we have any input and kind of see how that is going along?
We can, when we get a little further, present to the committee on how that's going to work. So
I think that would be helpful. To me, that's probably the biggest issue that we see. I mean, the bill drafting is important to
right.
Jason, but it's not to the normal person. It's not that.
Yeah, I'll talk to Eric and we'll work with James and we'll get hold of you and see what we can schedule.
We're going to have a meeting hopefully the first part of
Yep.
January.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do by then.
Any other questions? Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan, did you say phase 1 won't be done until 2025?
That's when it's scheduled to be implemented for use during 2025.
Okay. Is that normal to have to take that long? Just curious.
From my perspective, that was a very compressed time frame for us to get this system ready. This, you have to understand, this is not just a website. This is a complete, all the systems that underlie all the processes of the legislature and all those applications need to be, at least part of those are being updated in this phase 1, but essentially when we get through phase 2, everything would be updated. So that's all of our, not only bills and resolutions, but a lot of it, like I said, the publications and the KLRD, the committee system, all the applications that make the committee system possible, and all the infrastructure behind all that.
So if I may, when do you think, so you think when in 2025, and then when does phase 2, do you anticipate phase 2 to be able to begin?
We haven't planned that out yet, and that's something the steering committee will be discussing, is how that will phase out. So I can't give you an answer on that at this time.
If I may, Alan, with this, because the legislature runs on a biennium schedule, it is much more feasible to do these major technology upgrades when we roll over to a new biennium, as opposed to doing it in the middle of a biennium,
Right.
where we have some bills drafted under an old system, some drafted under a new system. So I think that's why we targeted 25, the legislative session at 25 at the start of a new biennium, and potentially 27 for phase 2. But again, I don't think we've planned any of that out.
Okay, well, that makes more sense to me, that you would do it when you have, a whole change of the system. I mean, not everyone's gone, but there are new people. So thank you, both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jason, is there anything you'd like to add as far as the bills and the resolution and the publications, anything like that you could add that help us kind of understand what we might see differently on our side?
In terms of content, I don't know that the members will see anything different from what comes out of our office. The format might be a little bit different in terms of the paper size of the bills that come up when you print them out. There may be some slight formatting changes to how we do mandatory reports when those come up to you. We're looking at options to make those maybe a little bit more readable rather than the more minute page line number directions. We're looking at options to make those more, I want to say user friendly, but more easily accessible to the lay reader.
So any other questions, either Alan or maybe Jason, if you have anything? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Both of you for that update. And I'm sure that this is something that Representative Wassinger is going to probably be on top of your committee. All right. Okay. Now, committee, we have we're going to have a presentation on artificial intelligence by NASIO. Thank you, NASIO. National Association of State Chief Information Officers. Amy Glasscock, I assume she's online. Okay. And so, Amy, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay. And then you've got a presentation, I guess. Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, let me give that a try.
Yeah, and everybody here has a copy of it on their desk.
Okay, great.
All right. Well, welcome, Amy. Thank you for coming today and presenting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Like you said, my name is Amy Glasscock with the National Association of State Chief Information Officers. I'm Program Director for Innovation and Emerging Issues. And in that portfolio, AI is one of the emerging issues that I work on, along with privacy and several other things. And I'll talk a little bit about that later as well. So, just a little bit about NASIO before I dive into AI. We are the national association representing state chief information officers, as well as information technology executives from all of the states, as well as the territories in DC. And our mission is to foster government excellence through quality business practices, information management, and technology. And we provide multiple products. We hold conferences throughout the year and are always looking to facilitate the exchange of best practices and promote the adoption of innovation for our members. So NASIO has been talking about artificial intelligence for several years now. Our first publication on AI, which I wrote, was in 2018, and we've published several more since then. So as you can see, we did 3 partnered with IBM and the Center for Digital Government, and those sort of morphed into how AI had really risen up in state government during the pandemic. And so it's not a new topic for us, but then, of course, last year, OpenAI came out with ChatGPT, and that really seemed to kind of light a fire with state governments. Those that didn't already have policies on the books around AI were like, we probably need to get our head around this and have some policies, because suddenly everybody is just logging into ChatGPT on their browser and AI is everywhere. Whereas before, maybe you had a product and there were a certain number of licenses that you had in your office, and people that really needed it were maybe using this tool. But now it's kind of exploded, and it's really changed the talking points of our members, as you can imagine. So some of the major Gen AI platforms, I think you had a slide like this recently from another presenter, but of course, ChatGPT, Google Bard, Microsoft Bing Chat Enterprise, probably the most popular ones that you've heard of. So NASIO does a survey of our state CIOs every year, and our most recent survey came out just last month. And we often in our surveys ask what emerging IT area will be the most impactful in the next 3 to 5 years. And we put generative AI on the list of choices that they could choose for the first time this year. And as you can see, it was a very popular choice. So 53% of our CIOs choosing generative AI, with another 20% choosing AI/machine learning. So while everybody may not know exactly how it's going to be used today, they definitely see major potential over the next several years, and really seeing it as something that's going to change the landscape of how work is being done. We also asked our CIOs which business process has the most potential benefit from AI in the next 3 to 5 years. And so the number one choice there was digital citizen services. And that is, not surprising, because AI is being folded into chatbots and things like that, or helping citizens figure out what kind of services that they're eligible for. The next most popular was cybersecurity operations. So state government has a huge cybersecurity workforce shortage right now. So the idea of being able to use AI to fill in some of that workforce void that we have is very appealing. On the flip side, the bad guys are also using AI to get better at what they do. So additional challenge there. And then, of course, fraud prevention and detection. As we all remember, during the pandemic, there was a lot of unemployment fraud. So being able to detect that using AI tools would be very beneficial as well. And then procurement and acquisition. The IT procurement process can be slower than is preferred at times, and being able to use AI to automate some of that is great. And then human resources and licensing and permitting were also some choices that people picked. So I'm sure they're not just 4 states that have some policies on Gen AI because this is moving so quickly, but I did find 4 that were out there and published, and so kind of looked at them to see what some of the similarities were. Obviously, you guys know about the Kansas policy, but some of the common themes that states are putting in those AI policies are probably none of this is a surprise to you guys, but requiring that users use public information only and not to input sensitive or private data into the AI systems. Proofing, so that AI generated content really needs to be proofread by a human, it has to be checked for accuracy. And then editing, content has to be edited to make sure it's well written. You want to make sure that the tone is correct for what you're using it for, that you're using it for the correct audience. Are you writing this for a bunch of lawyers, or does it need to be for, a 5th grade reading level? Sometimes the tone isn't quite right or the language sounds awkward. So it has to be edited, and it also has to be accurate. So, if this isn't a subject that you are 100% expert on, then you have to do some fact checking. And I experienced this myself when I was using it early on. I was preparing for a session we were having at a conference, and I asked ChatGPT to give me some pop culture things that happened in the year 2001, and it gave me a list of 10 great things. And then I said, well, I should probably double check these, and about half of them actually happened in other years. So it was a good lesson early on that it is often not accurate, but it will be very confident about its answers. And then accountability. So these policies are reminding users that they are accountable for the content that is eventually published. So they need to be thinking about the proofing and the editing and the accuracy and ensuring they're not putting private information in there, because at the end of the day, they'll be the ones that are responsible. Transparency. Many of these state policies say that any content that is generated using AI needs to be labeled as having been generated using the help of AI, often requiring the actual system that was used to be included, and then perhaps saying edited by X person. And then, of course, data privacy and security is a big part of this. And I'll just sort of add as a side note, and I mentioned that I handle privacy issues as well. And the International Association of Privacy Professionals, which is the organization for chief privacy officers or other privacy professionals, just rolled out a AI governance training and certification, and just held their first conference on it a couple weeks ago. And a lot of the state chief privacy officers, which I organized that group too, have been tasked with kind of leading all of the AI stuff in their state, or at least sitting on some of these advisory boards and things. So right now we are really seeing AI and privacy converging in a huge way, and I think that makes a lot of sense. And then finally, fairness, inclusion, and non-discrimination. So the internet is not without its bias or discrimination, and when these tools are training on like what's available on the internet, then we need to be careful that what's coming out of them doesn't have those aspects. So these are some of the state actions on AI, and this isn't just Gen AI, but again, these are, like I said, the Gen AI kind of lit the fire, and now states are moving toward these broader AI actions. So we're seeing a lot of states creating these advisory committees, task forces, pulling in all of the stakeholders and the people with different kinds of expertise to make sure nothing is slipping through the cracks. Inventory and documenting use cases and agencies and applications. So While I'm sure all of you would like to know how agencies are using AI, so do the other states, and so do other state CIOs actually. And it could be the fact that agencies have been using AI tools, and maybe the state CIO doesn't know about it, or some technology that agencies have been using, AI is starting to be rolled into that, like we're seeing with Zoom and Teams and Microsoft and all of that. So trying to figure out what's out there and what's being used. Enterprise policies, procedures on development and use, responsible use, flexible guardrails, security, ethics, these things I kind of talked about. Data governance. So again, wanting to make sure that you have quality data, because then the AI really kind of gets messed up if your quality is not great. Transparency and accountability, which we've talked about. Procurement terms, contract provisions. A lot of states feel like, if you're procuring AI tools, maybe you need new language for that, and trying to figure out what that new language might be. They're wanting to understand the impact on operations and workforce. And, for a long time, NASCIO has been saying, we really don't think AI is coming to take your jobs, especially in state government, because we do have these workforce challenges. But with generative AI, maybe that takes another look. Does this impact the workforce in a negative way? Is it all just positive? Is it a combination of both? So trying to figure that out. And then examining use cases across all of the domains. And I will talk about some of the use cases in a minute. So some of the concerns that we are hearing from states with generative AI are, of course, the accidental disclosure of private information or sensitive information, biased outputs, inadequate data privacy and security, lawsuits against AI companies. So if you're using one of these AI products and the company that owns that product has a lawsuit out against it, what does that mean for you, 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road if you're using the product? And then disinformation. So generative AI has this ability to create fake text and images and videos, and CIOs are concerned that could, and other government officials are concerned that could weaken the trust in government from citizens. So some of the things that states are wanting to see before jumping in with both feet are a comprehensive framework for using AI and Gen AI, clear governance over AI. So again, I talked about IAPP is, starting this AI governance certification. There are frameworks out there, like the NIST AI risk management framework and OECD recommendations on artificial intelligence. So there are some sort of frameworks out there that people can start to look at. Again, guidelines for procurement and workforce impact assessments. So CIOs are always asking their colleagues, how are you guys using generative AI? Because we don't want to, miss out on a great opportunity. And so I'm sure you guys are interested in hearing that as well. And I have 2 slides with some actual use cases that I've heard from state CIOs that are either happening right now or are they planning to happen soon. So one is using AI to support using OpenAI to support new chatbots to help with citizen services. And I find this one so interesting because during the pandemic, we noticed that all of the sudden there was this explosion in states using chatbots. Before the pandemic, only a handful of states were using them. Most states really just kind of felt like maybe the technology wasn't ready and there wasn't quite this business case to use chatbots yet. Well, the pandemic hit and there was your business case and the technology was pretty much ready. And so 75% of states suddenly had chatbots to help with inquiries for unemployment and, health department information and things like that. And now here we are in 2023 and we have, OpenAI, and those chatbots just seem like so simple because we're able to harness this power and, have these sort of updated kinds of chatbots that can really point citizens in the right direction. And not only that, but there's this ability to translate into many more languages. So before, some states maybe could only support, the top 2 foreign languages in that state, and the rest of the citizens that didn't speak English, just have to figure it out. So being able to utilize generative AI to translate for more citizens is a really great thing. And then analyzing survey data, making recommendations. There's a state that had a big HR survey, and they were able to use a tool to analyze that and then get recommendations out of it, very quickly. Cataloging databases and identifying their owners, downloading and reposting PDFs in more accessible formats, which you can imagine would take a long time if a human was doing all of that. So it's a great thing to use AI for. Converting outdated computer code to current programming languages. I'll go to the next one. So, and there's a state transportation department using it to automate the process for purchasing rights of way, which could be a very slow process. And very interesting for legislatures, scraping legislative data to help lawmakers and citizens understand bills more easily. So, putting that into normal language to help people understand what they're actually looking at when there's a bill, and monitoring new legislation and creating a summary. Human resources offices are able to use it for writing job descriptions and interview questions. And then the way that probably most of us personally have tried it out, generating ideas, crafting emails, streamlining research, and again, streamlining procurement. So there's a lot of repetitive forms to fill out with procurement. Vendors that have applied might be wondering where the process is, and AI can help with all of those things. So that's pretty much my overview for Gen AI from the perspective of state CIOs. Just a quick plug for our resources at NASCIO. We have a great resource center right on our website. You can download any of our publications. You don't even have to put in your email address, but we have our state CIO surveys. We have stuff on AI. We have stuff on the citizen digital experience, and even stuff on resilience and many other things. So I'd love for you to check us out if you'd like to learn more, and be happy to take any questions. I'm not a technologist, but I can give you sort of our view from NASCIO as far as what state IT leaders have been talking about.
All right. Thank you, Amy.
Sure.
Committee, any questions? I was just going to start off with a couple. One of them is just the downloading and reposting PDFs in a more accessible format. I thought that's what PDFs were created for, was to be a more accessible format. So what do you mean by that?
Yeah, from my understanding, and at least for the work that we've done at NASCIO, not all PDFs are actually accessible for people that are hearing or vision impaired. So I guess it's probably more vision impaired. So it's actually remediating them for accessibility.
I see. Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. Makes sense. And then we had talked about this earlier in that, and in our policy, it says that you can't take the human factor out of decision making for, like child support, things like that. Is that something that you're seeing in most of the states' policy?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think, important decisions like that anyone would want to solely rely on machines to do. And yeah, I don't think we're there yet either. That's the kind of thing that makes people really nervous when they're talking about AI.
Right. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And I'm looking at slide 9 and your presentation under common themes and state policies. And the first 5 kind of deals with, okay, you need to double check your work. And I'm just curious, are there any state policies looking at who will monitor these accuracies and proofing, or is this still like a user base individually?
That's a good question. I mean, I think right now it's really just like, this is a piece of paper that you need to comply with, but I don't know that, there's been a case yet of someone being discovered that they haven't done this and, being fired for it or something, for example. But I assume since the accountability part of it's kind of in there, that that is a possibility, but Yeah, like many
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
policies, they're a policy.
I do have one follow-up question, and this might be out there, but I was talking with some college students about this issue, and I made a comparison of the AI concern to Y2K. And even though most of the students weren't even born back then, I was wondering, do you see this as an overreaction, or is this something like we haven't reacted quickly enough?
I think it's definitely more on the end of we haven't reacted quickly enough. This is really changing things quickly, and I believe it's here to stay.
All right. Any other questions, committee? Okay. Seeing any, Amy, thank you so much for your presentation and taking the time to present to us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for asking me. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, committee, that brings us to our discussion and recommendations. So, James, do you have the last year's recommendations? Yeah, maybe if you. Okay.
James Fisher with Legislative Research. So Matthew Willis has gotten out of our office to grab actual paper copies for you all to have these in front of you. But from last year's recommendations, you had two that weren't related to like drafting legislation, and that was the legislature should explore how to more easily enable collaboration and coordination between the state and the Kansas Air National Guard in order to prepare for and respond to cyber attacks and threats. And then you also had the State Department of Education should further emphasize the importance of information technology security and work to provide more IT security assistance to school districts. And then the other items were the three pieces of legislation that were adopted this year relating to notification, the IT project threshold, and then conforming language that Alan had.
Okay. All right. And I think that if I remember right, Kathy mentioned in her presentation that they now have modules for the school districts to get more information and help them with their cybersecurity. Or what, didn't she? Yeah, I thought she did. Training and modules for. So I'm not sure if that was one we need to necessarily do anymore. So the other one on Air National Guard, I know there has been some work, and I don't know, Jeff might elaborate on that. Is that something that we still need to continue to maybe push for in our recommendations, or is that you think is pretty well going forward?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jeff Maxon, Executive Branch CTO. So we've been making efforts in terms of being able to exercise memorandums of understanding and then also statements of work back and forth between the executive branch and the Adjutant General's Department, essentially, because most of those resources would have to come on state active duty, which makes them essentially state employees. I do believe exercising, we have a process in place. We've worked through a training exercise with that and what we all need to do with that. But we do believe there might be some additional language in statute that better helps us prepare for if we have to leverage them outside of the state and working with like counties or cities and things like that. So there may be some additional language we have to look at and kind of much like we do for natural disasters and things like that. We might need to start incorporating some language around cyber to offer appropriate protections for, indemnity and stuff like that and responding to a disaster.
So committee, is that something that be okay to add? Okay, James, do you just kind of get that? Yeah. So with the National Guard.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. Senator Tyson. Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is our last meeting, one of the things that has come up, and I think you actually brought it up, was there seems to be a disconnect from legislative post-audit continuing the more in-depth security reviews. And I think maybe we should make a suggestion that we do continue those. And in fact, I think we should review some of the ones, I know not right now, but some of the ones that didn't have such good reports should be reviewed and maybe presented to this committee.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's that. So urging or asking or urging the post audit to continue to do those more in depth audits. I think that is good. I that was very surprising to me that was, and I think those are important. And then yeah, maybe just those probably could be two different ones, and then maybe a recommendation for this committee next year to look at those older um, uh, audits that did not fare so well, I guess. Right? Is that what you're saying?
I am, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but there has been some people in front of us that their audits do not present what they're presenting to this committee. And if legislative, we can encourage, I mean, they're doing as much as they can with the resources they have. We need to make sure that we provide enough so that they could start doing maybe even more network checks and security items that they may not be checking as often in detail.
So you guys have James read them, but you guys have these in front of us. I think one of the things I'd like to see us do is to we're supposed to be seeing a 3-year IT plan from the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive branch, and I'd like to make sure that we kind of put a push in there that we would like to see those gone forward, and that next year we'd like to see all 3 of those either in one publication or 3 different publications, however. Yep. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is, if I can get maybe a clarification with Jeff, also known as Max. And next time around, I'm going to take notes for recommendation all the way through because I feel like this is a current thing. But I want to circle back to, oh gosh, I just had a KCCTF and the early childhood care education. I mean, it's $800,000, and colleagues have already mentioned that. And maybe this is just old news here, but I mean, there's no justification for why they're not responding, or there's no teeth to this.
Sir, we don't specifically there. I won't say we, the keto doesn't have specific teeth in trying to get responses back other than continually sending them emails, remind them, hey, you need to give us an answer. Now I can exercise as we run into those. I can exercise pressures through, for example, the governor's office or things like that to try and get answers through that way. That is not something that we have explored historically.
Yeah, and I'm not, Mr. Chair, I'm not one to overregulate, but that is bothersome to me. And you received $811,000 and you can't even respond or be thorough in that information. And so I'll lean to the committee as far as how to recommend moving forward. But the accountability aspect of that is really concerning. So I'll share that.
If I may, Chair, one of the disconnects that we do know exists sometimes is maybe some of these places that don't have IT staff and they're relying on a vendor or something where they don't understand the state process. That could be something that's something we have run into. We kind of have to help coach them best we can, but that is something we do recognize, especially some of these non-cabinet agencies or smaller entities that may be just engaging a contract with a vendor, not necessarily quote unquote IT project per se, because they're having a vendor do it. So why is it an IT project type thing?
And I think that's good clarification, but at the same time,
Yeah.
Kansas citizens, if you're spending 811,000, and I'm not suggesting that we hire IT people for everybody, but there should be, whether it's your office or the vendor agreement when it comes to the RFP, they have to be, responsive and give us the information to keep them accountable. So.
Completely agree. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do you have a recommendation as far as language of what?
Again, I would defer to the committee with the experience here as far as what's best. It's just, I think we're all in agreement that there has to be a higher degree of accountability and it needs to be something that's proactive, not reactive. And so, if we take away the soup, no soup for them or something along those lines. I don't use the soup reference, but
Of course, funding is our biggest leverage that we have. Yeah. Alex?
I'm sorry. Is it turn on? Good. So repeat. So usually when I get into this kind of situation, I use this committee as my teeth, right? Saying that, hey, response, if not, you will have to stand in front of JCIT and explain this instead of me being a messenger, right? So I think one way maybe we can look at, if there's no responses after 2-3 tries, we can summon them into this. Like that is actually a way for the committee to summon someone to represent them to speak.
Yeah, because that's like if they just would have showed up.
Yeah.
So that would have helped you.
Yeah.
And at least build from there. So sorry, Mr. Chair, I can't give you.
No, you're fine. I think that I don't know for sure. Any ideas over here on this side,
Mr. Chair,
on how? Or James, were you able to write anything down? You think? Okay. Karen, do you have an idea?
Yeah, but
Okay, go ahead, James.
you could recommend that as staff we adopt a process to identify those with the DO's office and have them be part of the presentation. I mean, last year we brought ones, it was in arrears of ones that were previously in alert status or one of the statuses. They would frequently come have a discussion in front of the committee. It would just be, I think, more coordination, but I can take that as feedback from staff.
Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, I think that all those are great suggestions and will be helpful, but I think our T, as you commented earlier, is the power of the purse. And somehow maybe we start decreasing the funding for the projects. If it isn't important enough to show up or to report, then we question the project itself. We don't start out that aggressive, but at some point we may need to.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, that sounds along the lines of my thoughts too, is in no way am I saying that we should take the money away. But if they're not showing interest or being responsive to this, then we do have an obligation to at least address action. And, and I think the insight that Jeff gave is good, but I would like to hear it from their mouth and see how we can best support them. And, but we just can't not receive accountability. And so I think the potential would be to reduce or lose fund or have the funds put on hold until they get caught up on their proper responses. However that would work.
And
after they've been summoned.
Right. And this might be Jason, if let's say it went that far where we said, well, we're just going to pull back, would that take an act of LCC if we're not in session where LCC could pull back those funds? Because we can't pull them back here. Can they?
Or even pause
or yeah, or even
that account until they can come and explain what's going on. I mean, that's what you would do with your kids or kiddos.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, what you're talking about is impacting the accounts and reports for that agency and their ability to spend money for that particular project. And at the base of it all is you have an appropriation that authorizes the agency to spend that money. And so what you're talking about is hitting a pause button on that appropriation, or even rescinding a percentage of the appropriation is what I'm hearing from the committee. And all of that would take an act of the legislature in some way. Either the legislature is setting up a statutory mechanism by directing the director of accounts and reports and potentially the director of KLRD to certify that certain instances, certain things, requirements are not being met to trigger such an automatic like rescission, something along those lines, or it would require the legislature to come back in the next session and take an active step in an appropriation bill to cut that funding. All of those options, I think, because we are dealing with appropriations and potentially rescinding appropriations, probably should be vetted through with our appropriation staff in our office and with KLRD and perhaps with the appropriation chairs.
so how would we? So maybe our recommendation would be, as James was saying, for that coordination between your office and but then also, I don't know, maybe we just say we're maybe to look at the possibility of statute changes, or in order to be able to put on pause or decrease those appropriations if the if we're not satisfied that they're giving us their answers. I'm not sure if that's
Mr. Chair, if I may, with all this understanding, I really don't want to go down the route of changing statutes. But if Alex is telling them you better give us more information, or you're going to have to come up here and be summoned, I think that would be a procedure that I would want to support. And because it could just be, okay, now you have to come to the big table and justify your answer. And it could be the potential recommendation to appropriations or to whatever, to reduce funds or to pause funds if that's best. At the very least, they should show up.
right. Yeah. I mean, they hopefully would show up with an invitation from us if we, either way, if I, as the chairman or whoever said, hey, we want to talk about this, hopefully they'll show up,
Well, I would show up.
Yeah,
Well,
of course.
right.
That's right.
Especially if there's, maybe the staff comes back and they have a, they have a matrix that states that you've done this, and now you have to report to, or you haven't done this, you now have to report to, the committee. And just to give them support. Because if we don't call them and they're saying you're going to have to speak, then they're kind of falsifying the accountability as well. Because and we should just all be on the same page in that area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I still like the concept of the power of the purse. Accountability is what we're looking for. That's my thoughts. So I think that needs to stay within that recommendation.
Well, and I think it would be it's going to take a statute change anyway. So it would be a conversation and a someone would have to introduce a bill and everything. I think maybe just my thought was if we put it in there, maybe just the threat of us going that far might be enough to maybe start getting more participation better. So
Yes, Mr. Chair, and just, sorry, Barb, but in other committees that when we wanted to go down this route, senior representatives would state, if we keep it in-house, procedure-wise, we can make it happen quicker. And I know everybody knows that, but that's along the lines of what I was thinking is.
Representative Wasser.
Well, I think we should start with, we request that you show up and talk to us in January, whenever the next meeting is, asking to have them give us some information about where they've spent their money, et cetera. We have questions for you and wondering about your accountability. And once they're here, which is what we've done with a committee that has absolutely no power, rules and regs, they usually come and then have an answer and say, well, then we want you to come back and discuss this with us. And then that's when you give them the additional threat of, and I have done that. I'll see what I can do about not cutting your budget. Everyone is happy to cut the budget somewhere. So that's not the issue of trying to get someone to talk about that. And I think first you request that they appear and make sure that they're here, and then see what they have to say. And if they're very dismissive, then you dig in deeper, because we do have that ability. So
James, do you have? Okay, yeah, go ahead. The question.
Sorry, James Fisher, Legislative Research. To clarify on this recommendation, are you wanting the agencies that have not responded to request information from the Keto office on their projects, or was there something more to that?
Yeah, that, and I think going forward, and I think this is something that Alex and Jeff would also agree with. I think going forward, I'd like to see if if a project is in caution or in alert, I'd like to see them actually come and give us a presentation. And so I think that we could kind of wrap, I guess, that all into one, and that way they knew that. Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're going to have to get more days and more time because of how many projects were in caution and alert. So.
I agree. I think that that's a conversation that we're going to have with leadership to make sure that we get more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, James, do you have something then? Or no? Go ahead. Yeah.
James Fisher, Legislative Research, and I was thinking for the recommendation, something along the lines of the Keto office will work with JCIT's legislative staff to identify agencies with IT projects that are in an unsatisfactory status or have not provided a response to request information to have them present before the next JCIT meeting. So I'll try to massage that to occur within the quarterly report that's being presented at that time. So it would align with that. I did not. We have a very structural language.
I'm just saying, cite your source, man. That's all.
Any other suggestions? Yeah, Senator Peterson.
I don't remember whether it was in here in security. We heard about CISA and providing patching for K-12. If that's the case, we want to encourage our K-12 schools to take advantage of the CISA's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to continue our effort for our local units of government to please navigate to .gov and anything that we can do to encourage them, because we know that that's going to protect all of us. And I know that would be something really hard to mandate, but if we could somehow just encourage it. And I think some of them need help doing that, right? Because like your IT person is sometime your clerk and also your election person. And so anyway, yes, I think we don't want to lose sight of that, trying to get that to happen. And then just what Senator Tyson started to dip her toe into was like, we really need to encourage that this either become a standing committee or that we at least have more meetings, because we do not have enough meetings to do our business.
Probably. That is a good idea. I said I was going to talk to leadership, but we probably actually should probably put that in a recommendation or into some recommendation that we do have more meetings to be able to keep more up to date with the different IT projects.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just add on to that for the fact that it being more proactive, and there is so much information, and I just really like this committee. And so if we can meet more and more, that'd be great.
And actually, with the new legislation, it gives us the ability to meet. It's the just making sure that we're paid for, we're getting paid while we're, when we are at meetings. So, is this on this or another? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that as for counties, we can mandate that they have to, but we can offer services in order for them to get it done, because counties are quasi-state agencies. So I hate to, as a rural legislator, I don't want to say, oh, everyone has to do it, but we have not only say we have to have this done, but we will provide help to you in order for you to understand what needs to be done.
And would that come from you guys' office? Would that be something you guys would be able to help?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Jeff Maxingen, Executive Branch CITO and CISO. So that is something that we are exploring with the the state and local cybersecurity grant program is one of the ways to help provide some of that resources out. That was one identified in the plan. And more of that is protecting the citizens more than anything, so they're not getting spoofed and bad actors, mimicking or having your websites domain takeovers. Like if they forget to renew it, we've seen a couple counties who have forgotten to renew and some bad actor has registered the domain themselves. And so that is one of our recommendations. It wasn't our plan. We can use some of the grant money to try and help facilitate that. And so we definitely move forward with that. But yeah, we can make sure we're getting that communication out from our office as much as possible and pointing them to resources.
Okay, and we could probably communicate that in with our recommendation that our municipalities and counties look to the grant to maybe help with that. Yeah, Ribson Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Jeff, because I've been talking about this, and several of the mayors and county administrators have reached out to me for like information, and I don't go very deep. Is there something I can send to them?
We will be having more information on the actual application process here at the first of the year. So we just got our plan approved by CISA. So now we're developing the application process so we can start taking on individual projects, as we couldn't do any projects until that plan was approved. So,
Tyson.
Well, I'd like to thank the chairman and the vice chairman. You guys have been really good about bringing topics and agencies and stuff in front of us. And with what all you've done with the AI, I don't think we should leave that unspoken. I think we should address that, and maybe we suggest possible legislation working with Alan, Don, and Bob, and Jeff, possibly on going forward, being a proactive state on addressing potential AI issues that we can see, especially generative AI.
We want to recommend that the Modernization Committee take a look at that legislation being proactive.
Wassinger, would you like to explain maybe to the senators the modernization committee? Because there was a question: are they IT, technical? Where you guys are looking at all kinds of different modernization, right?
The speaker started the committee in order to look at what we could do to change things within the legislature to get it more up to date. And as we moved through the first session, it became even more clear that we needed to first concentrate on IT and see where we're going from there. And then getting someone outside of the state to come in and look, people that have been doing it in other states and helping them and look at the legislative, while these guys are doing a great job, we only have a handful of people that can get all that done. Don't yawn in front of me. I'm giving you a hard time. Don't yawn. I'll start yawning. But it's been interesting. This year will be a lot busier than last. Or this session, part of the session will be busier than the last because we have worked during the off session to get some ideas of where we need to go. So I think we'd be more than happy to try to look at some legislation for that. So if you send me the information formally, then we can bring it to the committee and they can.
Okay, so you think you can incorporate that in?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Wassinger. Yeah, I know it was very informational when Alan presented last time we met, or 2 times before, on all the projects that they have in the pipeline. I think that they have been, I want to commend them. They've been more innovative and forward thinking than what we've seen a lot of times. I mean, there's been individuals at times that have done that, but this team's really picked it up. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate also their caution going forward. I'm one of the biggest ones in technology that, sometimes we move too fast to try to get online and to force us to use systems. I mean, look what happened with the court system and, the mandating of people to have to file for office online. We were able to kill that. But, sometimes you can push too hard to force the technology. So I just hope we keep that balance of where we're at. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have to agree with the senator because there have been great movements by Alan and his staff to try to keep an eye on things and move things and having a new security director. I think that's been really good. Now to totally change the subject, I did notice that as representatives, we speak in our microphones a little bit closer. And we heard from people that said, oh gosh, we can hear the representatives in committee when they're listening online, but they can't really hear the senators. Yeah, you're very shy. That's what I was going to say. They're very nervous. But I would request that you, for the people out there listening to committee, to just get a little bit closer. Thank you. Yes. Could you put that in committee recommendations? I would appreciate
that. Do we want to? We've kind of talked a little bit about some of the things that Alan and Rob and Bob and his staff are doing. Do we want to put in anything that kind of talks about maybe some sort of training for legislators and staff as far as security? Yeah, I know. I wonder if we're trainable. I know. I understand. Somewhere. I'm getting trained to look, get closer to the mic here. Is that something that we could just a recommendation that we look into more hands-on training for legislators and staff going forward, something like that? Because I think it's something that we need to make sure that we don't get in the same situation that the courts got into simply because somebody clicks on an email. Well, we haven't had actual training. Well, they maybe send us they test us, but yeah. Alan, did you have something you wanted to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan Wise, Legislative CETO. Yeah, I welcome that recommendation. And we're planning on doing more security training as we get closer to session. I'd also request that the recommendation goes both ways, that not only have us do the security training, but somehow make sure that all the members, try to attend that training.
That was my intent. Yes. Yeah. That was my intent, was to try to encourage, yes, the legislators to participate, I guess. Yeah. And very, I don't know, it very way our leadership may come down and say, hey, you're going to. I mean, I don't know, but that's up to them. But I think we as a committee could greatly encourage that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can take advantage of the technology and make it flexible online training that somebody can do at their own convenience. I think I can't see a reason why people wouldn't participate.
Yeah, we're looking at that online training that they can take it whenever they need to, and we can track who's taking it, who's not, and encourage the ones that haven't. Yeah.
For everybody that does training, they get one bill that they can get. No, we better not do that. No.
James, get that down, please.
I knew you guys would go for that.
I'll take the class 3 times.
All right, James, do you have everything except for that last part? Okay. Anything else for recommendations, guys? That's right. All right. Would you like to read them back to us then?
The first one I have, James Fisher, Legislative Research. I have OITS continuing to work with the National Guard, the legislature, and their staff to develop legislation to more easily enable the collaboration between the state, National Guard, and local entities when responding to cybersecurity incidents. Urge Legislative Post Audit to continue to do more in-depth IT security audits. At future JCIT meetings, include the review of past IT security audits that were considered unfavorably by LPA and the committee. Provide additional resources to LPA to complete additional IT security audits and investigate the possibility of completing network checks or network audits. I should say these are all preliminary.
And I'll use my microphone. Thank you. They are doing the in-depth audits. They're not reporting in-depth. It's just an overview report. So we would like to see those in-depth reports is what we're looking. Yes, they're still doing the in-depth audit. It's just the reporting is at a higher level so that you don't have to go into executive session. So I think this committee should see the executive session reports. I mean, I wish they could be open to the public, but we know that it creates vulnerabilities and shows where the weaknesses are. So that's why they go into executive session. So they are still doing the checks, and we'd like them to go even deeper than what they're doing. But the reporting mechanism is what's changing.
To Senator Tyson, I thought that they had changed the process, but they are still doing those in-depth audits. Okay.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
In-depth audit, it's just the reporting.
Okay.
That changed.
Good. That's good clarification.
Okay, so maybe we want to make sure that we change that to make sure that those in-depth reports are still available, so that this committee can review them in executive session if need be, or in more in-depth if need be in executive session or something like that. that make sense?
Do you mind if we come back to that one here in a minute? This takes clarification. So. A 3-year IT plan for the executive, legislative, and judicial branch should be presented to JCIT annually. You said you JCIT. I'm sorry. The Keto office work with JCIT legislative staff to identify agencies with IT projects that are in an unsatisfactory status or have provided no response or information to a request, and have them present to JCIT so the committee may address their concerns. And then I'll have some language when you see the draft to kind of conform that to like the current quarter and everything. KSDE encouraged school districts to work with CISA for the assistance in applying patches and maintaining IT systems. Encourage the adoption and utilization of the .gov domain and work with municipalities to engage with CISA and the state and local grant program to help facilitate that. Encourage that JCIT be given a regular meeting time during a legislative session and be granted additional interim meeting days to allow for the review of IT projects for recent statutory changes and allow the committee to be more proactive in its endeavors. Work with LAS and the revisor of statutes. I'm sorry, this should be KLOS, but work with legislative IT staff and the revisor of statutes to develop legislation regarding the use of generative AI and artificial intelligence, and then have that bill language reviewed by the Legislative Modernization Committee during the 2024 session. The legislative branch adopt mandatory cybersecurity training for all members of the legislature and legislative staff. Training should be flexible, allow for flexible scheduling, and also confirmation of its completion. If you'll give me a minute here, I'm going to go back to the other one. Okay. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Katrin, are you on?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can. Okay.
Okay.
So
I was not
James.
quite ready for this, but I will try to explain. We finished our IT security process, our last 3-year cycle, in December of 2022. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So in 2022 December, we asked our LPAC committee to give us direction as to whether they wanted to continue the in-depth audits or if they would rather have us go wide and create public reports. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Oh, now I'm hearing, I hear myself. Okay, this is weird. I was not quite ready for this, but I will try to explain. There seems that this isn't going to work, I think. We're going to have some kind of, yeah, this isn't going to work. Cycle in December of 2022.
Hey, Katrin, if you could turn off the tab for the YouTube or the Harmon you're listening to.
In 2022 December, we asked our LPAC committee to give us direction as to whether they wanted to continue the in-depth audits or if they would rather have us go.
Close your web browser that you're watching the video in.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? Yes, yeah. Okay, I hear myself.
I think she disconnected. Hold on one second. So this is.
Go ahead, James.
This is James Fisher, Legislative Research. According to Katrin, LPA, the Post Audit Committee voted to discontinue doing the those more in-depth ones and have a. So they basically wanted to go wider and not deep. They wanted to be allowed to do the public release reports.
So I think our recommendation does need to go back to that we encourage LPA to the LPA committee to once again authorize those more in-depth, right?
Mr. Chairman, I think the word you used was urge, and I liked your word.
Yes, urge. Urge and a very, very, very strongly urge. Yeah. Well, we can put in there, something as far as that this committee feels like those in-depth reports are very critical in helping the committee and the agency address their needs, something like that.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this committee had enough flags on the court system as a result of those audits, and we were able to watch. We did raise flags, but they fell on deaf ears. I think now, going forward, when this committee raises flags like that, the ears won't be so.
Well, that, and we have seen over the last, maybe 8 years or more, something like that, we have seen the more emphasis being put on IT and security because of those audits. We're seeing the agency starting to look at those. So, Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then also, with our new mandatory reporting last year, it would be nice, like at the beginning of next year, one of our early meetings, to kind of have a report on just how that's going, how many they've fielded and just kind of a general idea. I think it's going well from what I've heard, but it would be nice for us to have kind of a report on that.
Okay, so would you like to read the LPA one back to us? And then I think we've got another one over here to the right. Oh, okay. All right. He was just filling time. Okay. I'm sorry.
Strongly urge the LPA committee to continue to provide its to authorize. I'm wondering because you had previous discussion when they were here about the public 3-year IT aggregation basically, and you expressed some concerns at that time about them being made public. So I don't know if you'd rather have language strongly urging LPA to reconsider its December 2022 decision to offer more public 3-year IT plans or 3-year IT audit reviews. It's just the report on the IT audits in that report.
I thought the way she was saying was that they're not even going to do the more in-depth audits. They're going to do a broader audit scope. That's where I think, is that what you guys gathered from what she was saying? That's what post-audit is, understanding.
Strongly urging the LPA committee to continue to provide more in-depth IT security audit reports and reconsider the decision taken. Let me slow down for y'all. Strongly urge the LPA committee to continue to provide more in-depth IT security audit reports and reconsider the decision taken in December of 2022.
Is that all right? Go ahead, Senator Tyson.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I don't know about the reconsider, but just suggest that they strongly urge them to do the investigations, the audits, and then if they want a 3-year summary that's superficial level, I don't see a problem with that. But we want the individual audits that we can, isn't.
Representative Curtis.
I mean, we really need those in-depth audits. Otherwise, we have no idea. I mean, if we're not looking at that review that we, usually get in executive session, then we're not able to be what we were saying to be more proactive. It's just critical information. Otherwise, we're just in the dark.
Senator Peterson.
My concern was that on the broader one, that 60% of the agencies had bad grades. It just was exposing a vulnerability.
Of that one. So it's strongly urged the LPA committee to continue to provide more in-depth IT security audit reports and provide a 3-year public audit at their discretion.
Do we want to add? I think we want to add on the bottom of that this committee feels those audits are crucial to continuing to be able, continue our work or continue to keep the state safe. Or I'm not sure how you want to say it. Yeah, Senator Tyson.
I think that addition is excellent, and I would ask that that they work with Alan, Don, and Bob, and Jeff to make sure that there isn't something else that could be added to the audit in order to make sure that we're getting the results we need. That's what I was looking for earlier, is a more in-depth audit. They do a decent audit, but there's some things that they could do. If they had the resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know. We're doing pretty good, aren't we? All right. All right. Any last minute? Yeah, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somewhere in the days of testimony, I think it was Senator Tyson that brought the point up that it's in the House rules that you're not to record committee hand votes, yet the video records them. I don't know if that's not really a formal big action item, but I don't know how to actually make that happen, because I think that's a great idea, because for reasons that I won't go into. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, and I was trying to figure out, so anybody that's in the committee is going to see how you vote if it's, if hands are raised, but they shouldn't be recording it, and unless they've been allowed to record. So it's the same instance, but because we are recorded, actually they are recorded. So because I was trying to figure out, well, if it was shut off, before that vote, the people in the committee room would still see it just like normal, but they wouldn't be recorded then. And so that's what I was trying to figure out. Right. Yeah. So I guess as far as Alan, on that situation, is that something that could be just done pretty quickly, where the cameras could be flipped away from the.
Yeah, and it's going to be mostly on the chair of the committee to make sure they wait for the camera to move before they start taking votes. And but yeah, the audiovisual person could, switch the camera, but again, the chair, needs to make sure that happens before they ask for the vote.
So maybe we need to make a recommendation that House and Senate leadership. We encourage the House and Senate leadership to look at the policy and, I don't know, possibly make arrangements so that those votes are not recorded. I don't know, something like that. Yeah, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should just state, I'm all for the transparency. So I think we should state that the rules should either be changed or but we should follow the rules. That was my point, is we should follow the rules. And either we change the rules to make it a recorded vote, or we don't. But the Senate division votes are the main ones, and the House too puts those up on the board. And now with the video, yeah.
So maybe that's a good point. So maybe the policy, or maybe the recommendation should be that the House and Senate leadership look at aligning the policy and the practice of the video recording in the committee rooms of hand votes or non-recorded votes. Thank you. Yes, non-recorded votes. Does that make more sense? And that way they can kind of then decide, okay, no, we're going to go. Because I know in the House, we have actually had this debate on whether or not to change the rules, and we voted not to change the rules. So yeah, remember we did. So it needs to be, they need to be aligned. So thank you for that. Did you get something on that, James?
James Fisher, Legislative Research, encouraged legislative leadership to look at and align the rules to the policy and practice of the recording of non-recorded votes.
Anything? Oh, yeah, Alan.
I have, since we're talking about that, I do have a recommendation for the committee to consider, and that is for the LCC to address retention policy for the videos.
We don't have a policy. Okay, so yes, I think we probably should. All right. Yes, Senator Tyson.
Thank you. This is a big issue for me, and it just came up recently. As I talked to Alan earlier today, I needed to go back a couple of years because of court case. And so it is this, what we do and the transparency is so critical. And I do think we need a system in place, and we cannot depend on a vendor that has nothing to do with the state of Kansas, which is kind of what's going on right now. So I applaud you. Thank you, Alan, for bringing this up.
So right now, are they kept indefinitely? They're not kept indefinitely. Okay.
Yeah, that's,
That's
Mr.
the
Chairman, if
issue.
I may, that's my concern is, right now we have them on YouTube, but we really don't have a local or cloud copy of those that we control. And, I think we need to make that part of the policy, is if we're going to save those forever, then we need to have systems available to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's something that, so just simply, did you get that, James? Okay. All right. Thank you, Alan. Is that it or? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions or recommendations? I think we've got a lot of good recommendations there, guys. Okay. All right. So my intention is for us to try to have another meeting first part of January, either right, maybe that first week or two of session when things are kind of a little slower. We'll try to have a meeting. In that meeting, we'll have some more discussion with Jeff and Alex and his team as far as the work of the reporting and how that's going, and then anything else that you guys might. It'll probably have to be a shorter meeting simply because our time, but that's probably the main thing that we'll talk about. But if there's something else that that we need to, and then sometime or other than there too, we'll have to have elections. Have our election for. Yeah, we do it every year. So whether it's in that meeting or another meeting. So yeah, chair and vice chair, because the Senate will become the chair of the. It goes every other year. Yeah. Yeah, we actually elect. Yeah, we actually elect. Yeah. Yeah. I think most everybody was gone the last election. We did it really fast. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we're done. Yeah. All right. So with that, I appreciate all you guys' work this interim. We've had some good conversations, good meetings, I hope, and I hope everybody feels that way. And everybody have a happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. So with that, we